keep you from flourishing. So opportunity will know you. I'm sure your spirit could use some nourishment to fix you with all this soul. You need some soul. You can get food. You need something to eat. We got food for thought on the buffet, forbidden truth by the bone, nourishment for the spirit like chicken soup for the soul. Apple slice into a daily bread. I just finished meat dope. Cooking for my people, so no MSG or GMO. A hungry soul seeking peace, consider this a rest stop. Kiosha Rob up in the kitchen, whipping up a fresh pot. And your bills already paid, so you accept cash? Well, let me fix a couple paper plates to get you to your next stop. Where's Marvin when you need him? A Curtis Mayfield to help me sing a song of freedom, soul bleed, heart leaking. You ain't got no time to spare. That healing that you need, you won't receive it with Obamacare. We children of a bitter past, future sweet as cinnamon. Levi Gas, Cindy, and Manasseh, Judah Benjamin. You thirst to death on your quest out there trying to get them bucked up. But the dogs seeking living waters coming for your cups. This is for Joseph and Doug. This is for Pharaoh and Timothy. My kinfolk that plan to stay and the ones that attempt to leave, for the brothers, for the sisters, for the elders, for the youth. All the family I gained since I came into this truth. I'll get you a place. This journey can't be discouraging. This weather can be so good. You can use a taste of encouragement. So maybe they won't let you go through. They're trying to keep you from flourishing. So opportunity will know you. I'm sure your spirit can use some nourishment to fix you with better this soul. Some soul food. Yeah. Soul food. That's what you need. Yeah. Soul food. I can tell you need it. Oh.
Psalm 92, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
All right now.
They shall be fat and flourishing. To shew that the Lord is upright.
That's right.
He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him.
All right.
Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Nawa Ahaya Akai. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Nawa Ahaya Akai. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Nawa Ahaya Akai. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
O Lord, open up my lips and my mouth to show thy praise. Hear my prayer, O Lord, O God, and give ear to the words of my mouth. which my lips have uttered and my mouth have spoken when I was in trouble. Let my mouth be filled with thy praise and with thy honor all the day. So we give all the glory and praise to Ahia, Ashar, Ahia, Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit. Peace to all the 12 tribes who are scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. Shalom to those not of the blood lineage of Israel, but because they keep the law, statutes, and commandments, they have the surname of Israel. Okay. All right, so you should have your Bibles, your Apocrypha, paper, pen. We need to learn about oils and minerals, vitamins. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Before we get started, there's a couple of disclaimers that I have to do. But before I even do that, this is going to be the last of our health and healings until next year. It's going to be our last lesson. Next week, we're going to really get into some Bible doctrine about end times before we start the summer. And let me say this with the summer lessons. If we continue in the behavior and the mannerisms, which we're going to speak about at the end of this lesson, if we continue with the behavior and the mannerisms that we have, after knowing what Yeshaya has done for the 12 tribes of Israel, after everything that Yeshaya has showed you and everything that Yeshaya has done for you, and you still operate like you're a heathen, there's something wrong. There's something very, very wrong. We can't continue to operate like that. And because Yeshaya is going to hold me accountable, there's going to be some changes. So with that being said, we're going to get to tonight's lesson. And that's on oil and on vitamins. It's pretty much all on vitamins. We're not doing minerals per se, because we did that a couple of years ago. We don't need to do it now. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by the copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. So we have to put that disclaimer out. And then the next disclaimer, this video is informational purposes only and is not intended to be used for professional medical advice, diagnoses, or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician with any questions that you may have regarding a medical condition. Always consult your physician before starting any exercise program or doing anything contained in this video. Always stop if you experience pain, discomfort, or difficulties performing anything described in this video. So those two we had to get out because of the information that we're going to be reporting today. Poll question. Poll question is, when it comes to oil and vitamins, what do we want to learn today? Want to learn about synthetic vitamins? Yummy. Essential oils, unknown vitamins, or deficiencies. So synthetic vitamins, essential oils, unknown vitamins, and deficiencies.
Unknown.
All right, so we're going to touch all of those today. First, of course, we're going to start with one of my favorite doctors.
I am not a medical professional. The information provided in this video is for information purposes. Please consult with your healthcare provider for medical advice. In this video, I'll be going over the general process of how to cleanse and revitalize the body. There have been some of you who have contacted me and just want to know the general process for anyone who would like to do this, even though you may not have any diseases or illnesses that you need to heal from. The same process can be used as well for those of you who do have illnesses or diseases that you need to heal from. However, the revitalizing herbs may have some additional herbs that you can add that target your specific condition. I recommend that you incorporate those individual herbs in addition to the herbs that are mentioned in this video. There are certain steps in the healing process that cannot be avoided if you want results. These things will always remain the same regarding of any disease that you want to heal from. You will need to cleanse. This includes consuming Irish moss, spring water, cleansing herbs, alkaline fruit smoothies, as well as alkaline juice, including green juice or green smoothies. You will need to revitalize, which is basically after you've completed your cleanse, your detox or fast, or what have you. You want to make sure that you consume herbs that help to nourish and replenish the body while strengthening the immune system. This is also when you would take the herbs that target your specific condition. And you want to make sure that you follow up by eating foods from Dr. Sebi's Nutrition Guide. There is a link in the description box below to download a copy. There are two parts of healing. One, you must cleanse the body. The body must be cleansed on an intracellular level through detoxification in order to purify each cell in the body and remove mucus. Two, you need to revitalize the body. The body will then rebuild and rejuvenation will take place. You want to consume lots of sea moss and iron during the revitalization.
An intracellular cleansing. Self-explanatory. Cleaning every cell that makes up every organ and system that totals the biological you. Meaning cleaning all of you. Not only your colon, like many have decided to do, to concentrate on the colon. No. We concentrate on the whole human body. Cleansing the human body is only but one part of the whole journey. The other is bringing back the energy that was lost by the presence of disease. That energy is supported by minerals, live minerals, phosphate of iron, phosphate of calcium, and phosphate of everything that we're going to use would have to be phosphate. Why? Because they, and they alone, are electrical. So as we recommend the intracellular cleansing, we know that the person in question, patient or client, has suffered the loss of energy by the presence of such disease. So, apart from part one, which is the cleansing, now we have to revitalize the system because it has been weakened. We can't select country and golden seal, aloe vera, peppermint, and echinacea. No. We have to go to Kalawala. We have to go to Contribo. We have to go to Cordoncillo Negro. And we have to go to the one that I favor most of all, the Pavana. Now we are talking about electric herbs for an electric body. After we selected these plants, these electrical plants, we made these compounds. In administering these plants, these compounds, we see that immediately in less than 24 hours our patient is saying, I am already feeling the effect of these medicines or this food. Why? Because they are electrical. So there is an intracellular cleansing and the revitalizing of the same.
According to Dr. Sebi,
Right, so your essential oils. Essential oils are a gift from your Shire. And the Bible gives us plants for healing. And from those plants, you get the essential oils. In the Bible, there are over 200 scriptures, 200 references that talks about incense, ointments, aromatherapy. 200 times in the Bible does it mention that. Why does it mention it 200 times? Because of the fact that those are natural. Those heal naturally. There are no side effects. No matter what people try to put on and say, well, peppermint oil has this side effect and galbanum has this side effect. No, that is not true. The natural use of oils, the natural oil does not have any side effects whatsoever. But before we get into that, let's talk about the white demon.
We're going to talk about the best way to get off sugar. Now, the question is, why is it so hard to give up sugar? Well, the simple answer is because you're doing it without your body's help. When you try to give up sugar, on top of body cravings, it takes a tremendous amount of willpower and self-discipline. You're completely going uphill, and it's just a matter of time before you start caving in and then going back to sugar. But what if you were completely able to give up your addictions? Your cravings once and for all. Wouldn't that be a lot easier? Yes, it really is, because what you're dealing with when you're craving sugar and you're giving into sugar is you're really dealing with this spike in this one neurotransmitter called dopamine. Dopamine gives you pleasure for about 90 seconds to 2 minutes, and then that's followed up with this big spike in cortisol. Then you're going to feel stressed. Personally, if I ate, about 30 grams of sugar right now, I'd feel like crap. I'm going to feel lethargic for at least 20 to 30 minutes, if not an hour to 2 hours. I just wouldn't feel quite right. I'd start feeling irritable and grouchy. My vision would be off. I would have brain fog. I would have terrible concentration. And I would actually have more sugar cravings. But I think people are used to it, and they really don't even know how good they can feel once they come off sugar. But here's the recommendation on the correct way to get off sugar. Number one, don't do it gradually, but don't postpone the misery. When you do it gradually, you're still having sugar cravings during this process. So some people try to give up their sugar cravings within, 1 to 2 to 3 weeks. During the entire time, they had sugar cravings. Why not just do it within 2 days and you're done? Because once you adapt to ketones, you no longer have cravings. They're gone. And also, there's no such thing as a sugar detox. You're not detoxifying when you're getting off sugar. Toxins are not coming out. Sugar is being burned up, but what you're feeling is this transition period on your brain. Your brain simply just does not have the fuel. It's not toxins. It just doesn't have the fuel because you haven't converted over to ketones quite yet. There's a very simple solution, and that is to start taking ketones in the form of MCT oil. So MCT oil converts quickly to ketones. It feeds your brain, makes your brain feel happy, and you won't have that bad feeling. But you want to get off sugar very quick. Very simply, start consuming 2 meals, one at lunch and one at dinner, no snacks. And just to keep this simple, just make sure your carbs are less than 30 grams per day, not per meal, but per day. What's going to happen is because you're depriving your body of sugar, your body's going to start converting over to ketosis, and your body's going to start to use this other fuel source. And you're going to start feeling better. But the biggest thing you're going to notice is that your hunger is going to go away and your cravings are going to go away. And it's not going to take a long time to have that happen. You're looking at about 2 days. And in the process, you're taking this MCT oil just to make it a lot easier. Anyway, I wanted to create this video on those of you that are still eating sugar despite watching all my videos week after week, as well as those people that are new to my channel.
Let's go to Ezekiel.
If you're enjoying my content, which I hope you...
Ezekiel 47:12. Stop talking to me. White sugar is of the devil. It does so, it destroys your body. So we need to not taper off, but probably just not deal with white sugar. Brown sugar, that's different. Brown sugar is not poison like white sugar. It still is kind of bad because if you really want sweets, get it from your foods. That would mean for some of you, eat more fruits. And I don't mean smoothies. I mean eat natural fruits. The majority of fruits have sugar, has sweetness, has the natural things that's needed for your body, not that white devil.
Well, let me say this. You have to be careful on what type of brown sugar you buy as
Right.
well. Do your research because some brown sugar is just white sugar with
With brown,
whatever they used to
Stuff.
turn it brown. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So you have to be mindful of that. Cane sugar. If you want sugar, I would, I don't even want to start standing away from it.
You really don't eat sugar though.
Yeah, I know, but
True story. I had back in Arizona when I was dealing with diabetes, and they told me my sugar was like at 3 something, and to stop eating sugar. I stopped eating sugar for like maybe 2 weeks. I lost 25 pounds instantly. I don't know if you all remember that. It just fell off, and I didn't even realize what was happening. I stopped eating sugar. I stopped drinking soda. I was just drinking water. I was just eating and drinking water. No sugar, no juice, no soda, no coffee, none of that. It was just water.
mhm.
And I lost 25 pounds in 2 weeks. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Less
it.
than 2 weeks, but
Ezekiel 47.
Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 12. And by the river upon the bank thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow all trees for meat, whose leaf shall not fade, neither shall the fruit thereof be consumed. It shall bring forth new fruit according to his months. Because their waters they issued out of the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be for meat, and the leaf thereof for medicine.
So plants are venison. Plants are medicinal, but they also taste good. All right, let's get an understanding of what essential oils does to the body.
Using therapeutic grade essential oils on a daily basis can keep the body healthy, prevent disease, and even reverse damage. Research has shown that the number one cause for depression is the loss of oxygen around the pineal and the pituitary glands. They've also discovered that with careful application of essential oils to the soles of the feet, it enables the oil to reach every cell in the body within 20 minutes. This might be why people in biblical times lived so long. Now, the principal essential oils contain various constituents, including these 3 compounds: phenylpropanoids, sesquiterpenes, and monoterpenes. These 3 constituents are unique to essential oils and produced naturally by the plant with the intelligence and the capacity to do the following. Phenylpropanoids cleanses the receptor sites. Sesquiterpenes erase the incorrect information in the DNA and cellular memory. And monoterpenes are known for reprogramming the cellular intelligence back to God's original plan with the correct information. Sesquiterpenes have the ability to carry oxygen to the brain and stimulate the pineal and the pituitary glands. Now, 3 of the 4 oils in the world with the highest known concentration of sesquiterpenes are, in fact, biblical oils, and they are cedarwood, sandalwood, and spikenard.
Spikenard, cedarwood, and sandalwood.
wait a minute.
Spikenard, cedarwood, sandalwood. Essential oils are just oils from plants. Oils from plants that have been extracted and distilled in a highly concentrated form. That's why certain oils you have to dilute with olive oil, because certain oils, just by putting it on topically can do some damage, because they are coming from plants, and they are not. It depends on the company, because certain companies, when you do research on essential oils, it's not good. There are certain companies that are out there. We use two. There's certain companies that are out there that they have essential oils, and they are magnificent. They work. When she said about the oils and was using them with your feet, all our toxins come or withdrawn out of the body, not just out of the drought, but out of your feet also. A lot of the toxins that come out of your body, they come from the feet. So if the withdrawal of toxins can come from your feet with charcoal, then what can go into your body to help your body? The essential oils. So if you have to dilute the essential oil, or if you can put it on just topically straight, it does wonders when it goes through your feet, because then, like she said, it really gets into the whole body, and we want to cleanse the whole body, and essential oils is a part of that. She did mention 3 biblical. We're going to talk a few more biblical, including those 3 that are in the Bible, and it tells us in the Bible. So the essential oils, really what they do is they act as protectors in the plants. The oil base that's in the plant, it acts as a protector. So when and I don't want to say predator, because deers are not predators, but when an animal comes to eat certain plants, they really don't eat certain plants because of the fact that the oil starts to get, and it starts to irritate them, because they can kill the plant. So that's why pollination is important with plants, to help the plants grow. There's a lot of important things that's going on. We got a hibiscus tree or a branch or bush or whatever that thing is. And the bees are now starting to really get to the hibiscus that's right outside my window here. What are they doing? They're pollinating. Hibiscus is another plant that is very good for certain things, which we're not going to get into today. He said, "Oh, you about to say something?"
Yeah, I want to speak on with the feet.
Yeah.
With your feet, you know that different parts of your feet is connected to different parts of your body, like your brain, your liver, your kidneys, like everything. So what we do is we do I forgot what the oils that's in it, but we do a detox. And this detox is like you're supposed to keep it on for like maybe 8 hours.
Yeah.
And so we do that. And when we take it off, I mean, this thing is like black and oily, because what it does, it pulls all the toxins that's in even your brain, your liver, your kidneys, things like that. It draws the toxins out to your feet, through your feet. And it be a lot of stuff. Sometimes I have to do it twice, because if you do it and it will spill out like over the little sticky pad that you stick to your feet. And sometimes I do it twice, but also when you do that, you should find a type of essential oil to put on your feet that's healthy as well, that your body can, once the detox is, once everything is, the toxins is brought out, then you can put something healthy back in.
Right.
And a lot of people don't know this, but Like our people they didn't wear shoes with thick soles and stuff like that because, well, of course they didn't have all this pollution, but a lot of them didn't wear shoes because the dirt and everything that was in the ground it was nutrients for the body and they would absorb them through the feet.
Mhm.
And so then they were out and they was getting sun. So now we covered up so we don't get the sun. And then
Right.
the shoes that we wear don't allow us to get the nutrients from the dirt and the ground and stuff that will minister to our bodies because that's where we came from.
Right. Pure essential oils they are they're plants. And they're plants. And these oils have a lot of healing properties. All well, depend because there's certain oils that, you know, but a lot of the oils have certain wonderful healing properties for the body, and it does work. It really does work. If you there's oils for joint pain, and there's oils for back pain and muscle pain, and all you do is just well, we're gonna let this next speaker speak. Essential oils have been the foundation of healing. They've been the foundation of medical treatment. They've been the foundation of this ministry since we started finding out about essential oils. They have been and that's been going on almost 10 years.
I know, and the women probably don't remember it, but when the women in the ministry first got pregnant and they would have morning sickness or they would get sick or something, nausea, I used to give them drops of Rose of Sharon because roses is good for the stomach.
Right. Roses are very good for the stomach.
Y'all missed out on that one that time.
So see, these essential oils, they've been around for thousands and thousands of years. Thousands and thousands of years. And now with modern medicine, we need to get back to those oils and understand. So let's see how essential oils work.
Oh, we had a question.
I'm going to answer your top essential oil questions so you can get the most out of your oils. Hey guys, I'm Retha from Plant Therapy. This is the third video in this series, and today I'm going to talk about how essential oils work on a cellular level. In the previous video, I went over the importance of high-quality essential oils. To see more videos from this series, you can check out our Top 15 Essential Oil Questions playlist or visit our YouTube channel. So how do essential oils work on the cellular level? Well, whether you apply them topically or inhale them, all essential oils get into your bloodstream eventually. But the cellular effects start in the olfactory epithelium. The olfactory epithelium, which is a small patch of tissue inside each nostril, is what detects an aroma. Each olfactory epithelium contains an average of 40 million sensory neurons. Each of these neurons contains olfactory cilia, which are bathed in mucus, an odor-binding protein, essentially enabling them to grab onto the odor. They are the chemical receptors of the cell. Next, an aroma travels from the olfactory epithelium to the olfactory cortex, the part of the brain responsible for the conscious perception of smell. It then travels through the limbic system to the reticular formation, where the aroma is analyzed. Finally, the aroma is stored in the hypothalamus, the part of the brain responsible for keeping the body in a stable, constant condition. The olfactory bulb becomes saturated rather quickly, which is why the oil's effect on your mood seems almost instantaneous and can trigger many emotions and memories. Our olfactory systems are amazing. So how long does it take for essential oils to absorb? Well, absorption rates all depend on the oil or oils you're using. Lighter oils like citrus will absorb faster than heavier oils like vetiver. When you're applying your diluted essential oils topically, the carrier you use can also affect how fast your oils absorb. For example, aloe vera jelly, lotions, creams will absorb more rapidly than carrier oils. And lighter carrier oils like grapeseed will absorb faster than heavier carrier oils like jojoba. One of my personal favorite carrier oils is fractionated coconut oil because it's so versatile. I like to use it in my pre-diluted roll-ons.
one of the most common questions we get at Plant Therapy is, can essential oils cure what I have? Essential oils can't cure diseases, and they're not a replacement for modern medicine. Instead, essential oils can help address a wide range of symptoms and concerns when used correctly. The aromatic compounds of essential oils can and do have an effect on the brain on a cellular level. Once a smell or aroma enters our brain's olfactory cortex, it moves on to stimulate the limbic system and is then stored in the center of the brain. So basically, if you love a certain smell, that smell will have a positive effect on your emotional well-being, and that is how the science of aromatherapy works. A great example of this are those smells that can trigger happy memories, like the scent of a pine tree that reminds you of Christmas or your grandma's cedarwood chest. Essential oils can also affect your body. Oils help address many common concerns such as skin irritation, seasonal threats, digestive issues, and discomfort from aging joints. Are you having trouble sleeping? There's an essential oil for that. My favorite is Plant Therapy's Relax Synergy. It helps calm my mind when I'm trying to fall asleep so I can fall asleep more quickly. Essential oils can also help aid in relaxation, energy, and focus, or even help calm nervous energy and worry. I like to use vetiver. The instant I smell vetiver, my mind and body calms down. So basically, helping ease these common concerns helps your body return to homeostasis and a natural balance. And who doesn't want that? If you have any more questions on how essential oils work on a cellular level, just let us know in the comment section of this video, and one of our certified aromatherapists will get back to you. Also, check out video number 4 and subscribe to see our newest videos. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.
Plant therapy is one of the oils that we use.
Well, we use essential oils every day.
Right.
We do. Like, if you come to our house, you most definitely gonna get hit with some essential oil. Like what we got in here now. Walang. That's what's in here now. We always have essential oil on.
Mm-hmm.
And I know even like when Malaka was having the baby and the children stayed in our room and they had took 2 naps already. But by the time 8 o'clock came, they were sleeping again because that's what Shepherd did. He sprayed this lavender all over and they just passed out. And I think Sawa was standing at the island and he fell over. I said, oh, he got to go to bed too. Because the Shepherd, he sprayed so much. And we was like, his pillow's still wet. And he just passed out.
Mm-hmm.
But they work. And when I notice, because I don't be saying anything, but I notice when people come in here and they coughing and all that, you all gonna be smelling the different oils. The what is it? It's the one called the Breathe Easy.
Yeah.
The tea tree oil, lemongrass, sweet oranges for the more happier mood, the central, and the frankincense. That's more for medical and people dealing with. Yeah, so
go ahead.
yeah, mother started teaching me about oils in 2000 and I believe it was 2011.
Yeah, it's been what, over 10 years? It's been a while.
But
Who
that's
had a question?
Azarian.
I didn't have a question. I just was a comment. What you were saying, the active ingredient in Rogaine and all the hair growth stuff is called minoxidil, and there's actually a whole bunch of studies out there that rosemary essential oil is actually like 40 times stronger or something like that than the actual minoxidil, which is the chemical they use for hair growth.
Yeah, rosemary.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's a lot of women use it too, but men with the balding at the top, rosemary is good for that.
Yeah, and rosemary, we in the teaching that we did 2 years ago, we go into depth about rosemary and a few other oils, which we're not doing today, because we don't have time to go through all the oils and talk about what they go through.
What they do.
Yeah, what they do. So Like I said, oils are a gift, and the gift that's given us by Yeshua. In my opinion, and this is my opinion, normally we don't put our opinions out here, but my opinion is that there's not place for both oils and modern medicine. There's not place for both. I believe in the essential oils that Yeshua has created, that people go in and they make it pure essential oils, and the effects of those oils can start immediately. She said within 25 minutes. I have experienced that when I use essential oils wherever I'm having an issue, it's probably within 5 or not even 5 minutes.
No, with that spikenard, it's
instant.
Spikenard is for
depending
pain.
On the spikenard that you buy, because
Yeah.
you got to be careful on where you get your oils from. But from where we get our oils from, the spikenard works instantly. As soon as you use it topically, it's amazing.
Takes away the pain.
And we use it pretty much for pain. Strong connection between our Bible ancestors, and the fact that they lived for quite a while. They lived for a long time because they used and knew the natural remedies that the Bible has. Generation after generation go through healing properties for comfort. There's an oil for everything. There's not an oil that can't, and there's some oils that are so dynamic that they do 12 to 15 different things. That's how Yeshua created it. It's amazing. Yeshua himself gives us plants for healing, so we should use the plants for healing. With that said, there are a lot of people who conflict with the opinions of essential oils in the Bible. But these people don't know our Lord and Savior. What's the question?
Deacon Amin says, which company do you suggest to get your essential oils from, the pure oils? I put rosemary in my locks.
The one we just
Plant Therapy.
I forgot the other one.
Plant Therapy. Well, Forces of Nature, that's a little different. Forces of Nature, they deal mostly with body pains, acne. The other one is that's Higley. I can't even pronounce it. Hiqili. Hiqili. Or Hioili. Looks like a Q, don't it?
Yeah, that's a Q.
Hiqili. That's the other oil that we use.
I mean, we even have the essential oil nutmeg.
Right.
I used to say nutmeg because that's what my grandma used to say, but it's actually nutmeg.
Yeah, it's nutmeg.
Yeah.
And we also use Forces of Nature. Forces of Nature is wonderful when it comes to joint pain, back pain. It's wonderful when, like, if you have sneezing, you use they have a cold and flu oil that you put underneath your tongue, and it instantly stops.
Sinus.
They have sinus. They have one for
allergies, sinuses.
Right. So Forces of Nature is another one. Those are 3 that we use, and I believe there's one more, but those are 3 that I know of off the top of my head. The truth of the matter is that when the Magi, when they came to visit Yeshua, what did they have? They had frankincense, myrrh, and gold when they came to visit our Lord and Savior. Now, of course, with the frankincense and myrrh, they were not oils. They were resin. They were resin. Because essential oils did not exist in Bible times. But the resin did exist. The resin comes off of the tree itself. And that's what they used in Bible times. So when it came to the Bible, 2 of the 3 gifts that were given our Lord and Savior were the oils that we use today. Let's hear about oregano oil.
We're going to talk about 14 amazing benefits of oregano oil. And this is one of the reasons why Italians really get sick, because they use a lot of oregano oil on their pasta and their pizza, and I'm just being sarcastic. The type of oregano that you want for therapeutic benefits is the wild oregano oil. They take 200 pounds of oregano, the leaves and the stems, and they will concentrate it into 2 pounds of this oil. And it has 3 very powerful phenols or phytochemicals that have interesting properties. We're going to talk about this. All right, so the first benefit of oregano oil is its powerful natural antibiotic properties. It's antifungal, antibacterial, antiviral, anti-parasite, anti-yeast, anti-candida. So it kills pathogens in your body without killing your own microbes. So it's really, really cool. You just want to make sure you take a little bit at a time to gradually go into it, because when you kill some of these microbes, they can have like endotoxins within them, which actually can stir up an immune reaction. Always go very, very small. Like just take 1, see how it goes, and then, if you're fine, maybe take 2 or 3 a day. For those people that have antibiotic resistance, this is the solution. And there's also some interesting data on oregano oil addressing biofilms, and that's a whole other topic for another video. But biofilms are microbes that hide in little calcium shells, and they're very hard to get to. So oregano oil with maybe a good chelator to break up the calcium would be a good remedy for that. So oregano is a very powerful antioxidant to get rid of free radical damage. The complication from the environmental oxidation and damage on your DNA. So oregano slows down that process of oxidation. All right, 3, it's a great antiseptic. A lot of people mix it with certain things to clean their house, so it can actually sterilize certain things in your environment. It's good for acne, allergies, very beneficial for allergies. And also you can see benefits for asthma and lung issues in general, bronchial type stuff. Now, a lot of times bad breath can come from a fungus or a microbe. This is why oregano oil is good for bad breath. Bladder infections, colds, the flu, which is viruses, sinus issues, especially chronic sinus from funguses. It's all year round. Chances are it's a fungus among us. Okay, number 11, ear infections. You take a drop of oregano oil and you can actually put it in your ear, and it's really good for ear infections in children and in adults. Mixing with garlic, you'll smell like a pizzeria, but you will kill off that microbe. All right, we talked about the bronchial 13 hidden infections like Epstein-Barr virus that goes into remission and comes out of remission when you're nutritionally deficient or you're getting older or you're run down. Boom, it comes out and all of a sudden you get chronic fatigue. Well, this is really good for that. It'll give you energy because it actually can help put this thing back in remission. And then we have SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. This is a situation where the microbes that should be in the large colon are now in the small intestine. And so when you eat food, the microbes basically steal the nutrition and they ferment the fiber in the small intestine, and that creates a lot of bloating. So this is really good for this condition. You'd also want to add betaine hydrochloride, apple cider vinegar, and do fasting. That would be really good for that. All right, guys, there you have it, the 14 benefits of oregano oil. And check out some of these other videos I have on oregano oil. There's a lot more to learn on this.
Right. Epstein-Barr. You don't want to have that. That's not good. But oregano oil can stop the effects of Epstein-Barr, which is amazing. I didn't know that. Oregano oil. So what is resin? Resin is a chemical that is visible in plants. It's in its original origin. The resin contains polymers. Resin contains organic compounds. Plants, they secrete the resins. Once again, it's protecting them from not only from other animals, but it protects them from injury. Just like when our bodies, if we sprain an ankle, the ankle swells up with inflammation because now the body is reacting to an injury, so it swells up to protect the ankle because that's what the inflammation is for. Plants do the same thing. When they get injured, they secrete the resin. And the resin is very, very beneficial and is very, very good for us. The oils that we use today are distilled, are very highly distilled with the oils that we have today. The oils that are from the Bible have different compounds in it. Different compounds in it. And if you like walk through here, it smells like a fragrant garden sometimes, which is a good thing because the aroma, the roses, and everything that we place with the oils. There's an oil that we have, Lion of Judah, and that oil is very fragrancy, very fragrancy. But when you smell it and when you apply it, it kind of tones you. It's like almost like an instant relaxing when you really smell this oil. So there's not too many questions about how the ancients would have noticed this and utilized it. They did it because of the knowledge of the Most High. The knowledge of Yeshua gave them that. They saw the resin of the oils and they used it for health benefits.
You know, when I had pneumonia, I was taking antibiotics. I have been on them for 30 days. Remember, and nothing, I was not getting better. It's not until I had 1 drop of oregano
Mm-hmm.
and 1 drop of thyme
Right.
tea
Mm-hmm.
with lemon and honey. And that's when within a couple of days, like
Mhm.
maybe 3 or 4 days, I got healed from pneumonia. But I haven't taken antibiotics for about 30 days, and
Mhm.
it never worked.
Yeah. Bathhouses in Rome. The bathhouses in Rome and in Greece, they were known for these anointing oils in the baths that they had, these perfumes that they had. Where did they get it from? They got it from the oils of the plants. Yeshua gave us these plants, and he gave us essential oils for healing. This is Yeshua's medicine cabinet, as we have talked about on a few occasions. Yeshua's medical cabinet. So we're going to look at some essential oils of the Bible, how they're used, what they are used for, how to use them now, and get a few scriptures about the Bible oils. So it's a yeah.
Oh, it was said that after the deluge and all that, right? And Noah children, people started sinning again.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, with sin comes sickness. So it was said that Noah was taught how to use the different herbs and things to heal, his children and grandchildren and all of that. Because after the deluge, and they landed and they was doing whatever, and then sin came about again.
Mm-hmm.
So they use a lot. They use the herbs and roots and stuff
Right.
to heal. So
We're going to go to Genesis, the 37th chapter. We're reading verses 23 to 25. So it's important to us to understand something when it comes to essential oils. The ones that are really concentrated, first of all, in our bodies, in the normal human body, there is about 100 trillion molecules in the human body. About 100 trillion molecules in one person's body. In a very high concentrated oil, one drop contains 40 million trillion molecules in just one drop of highly concentrated oil. So just imagine that. One drop.
But why does
One
it?
drop is enough to cover our body with 40 million molecules of very good stuff. Our bodies are molecular. Molecule. That's what our bodies are. So you use these oils, and these oils get into our bodies, and just one drop. That's how powerful Yeshua made these.
But it was said that, why did Yeshua say to anoint your head? Not this. He said, why to anoint your head? And this is where your what is.
Hypothalamus is
All
up there
that.
somewhere.
And the essential oil, one drop of essential oil, do you know it goes into your head? It can go, it pierces your skull, you go to your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else can do that.
Nope. All right, let's read that.
Genesis chapter 37, verse 23. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt.
Spicery, balm, and myrrh. Later on, we read that Later on, we read that Jacob sent his sons to Egypt for food. And he told them to take some myrrh with them as a gift to the man in charge, when they didn't even know that the man in charge was Joseph. He was to take some myrrh to that man. Myrrh was important in the Bible days. Genesis 43 and 11.
It's important now. People just don't know it.
Right. If you have a medicine cabinet in your homes, number one, the medicine cabinet should have, basically, you should have more essential oils in your medicine cabinet than you do have traditional medicine. You should have more essential oils in your home than you do traditional medicine. If you got more traditional medicine than oils, then you're off balance. And I can guarantee you, your house is off balance. It's not that hard. We research everything. You watch these crazy women on YouTube saying all kinds of stupid stuff. You watch these crazy men on YouTube saying all kinds of stupid stuff. You can research oils and what they can do for your body. Use that time wisely. Let's read Genesis 43 and 11.
Genesis chapter 43, verse 11. And their father Israel said unto them, if it must be so, now do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds.
Those were healing. Everything about that, not only if you're hungry, but it has healing properties. Everything, single one. Balm, honey, spices, whatever spices they were, myrrh, nuts, almonds, as gifts. And no one would be insulted. Those would be gifts that they would give people. Let's talk about the first one. The Bible calls it aloe, but we know it as sandalwood. When the Bible talks about aloes, when there's certain scriptures that speak of aloes, what that is, it's that it's a mash, and it comes from the trees, and it comes from the very center of the tree, and it's a mash that they put together, and they use it for healing, and they use it for, and not really, it's called embalming, but really it's more or less, you know, putting it over the body when a person dies. Aloe or sandalwood. So when you see aloe, think of it as sandalwood. Sandalwood is also called joy, oils of joy, oil of gladness. You mix it with frankincense, myrrh, and cedar wood. Nicodemus, remember him?
Yeah.
He purchased about $200,000 worth of oils, didn't he? Didn't know that, huh? Yeah. To bury Yeshua, today those oils would be about $200,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know he purchased it. I didn't know how much they paid.
Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea.
Mm-hmm.
They purchased myrrh and they purchased sandalwood to bury Yeshua. So many oils in the Bible. Anti-tumor properties. There's a lot of oils. In fact, most of the oils in the Bible have anti-tumor properties. But things that we put in our body promotes tumors. The stuff that they make today promotes tumors in your body. We're going to talk about synthetics, but we're going to talk about synthetic vitamins. Maybe later on this year, we'll do a teaching on synthetic food. Let's go John 19:39. Nuts are mentioned in the Bible a lot also. And if you eat 2 ounces of nuts, it reduces your chance of getting colon cancer. 2 ounces of nuts, that's a handful of nuts, can prevent colon cancer. So you can't tell me that Yeshua is this wonderful healer. A handful of nuts.
No, you're gonna put Christ the healer.
Yes.
I have no idea what happened.
I don't know what happened to it. And you know what? Yeah, I do. We still have it, but it's in storage. We still have it though. Let's read John 19:39.
John chapter 19, verse 39. And there came also Nicodemus, which at the first came to Yeshua by night, and brought a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100-pound weight.
100 pounds.
I don't know how they carried that.
100 pounds to anoint Yeshua's body. That's myrrh and sandalwood. Now, 100 pounds of myrrh or sandalwood would be about 200,000 today. That's a lot. That is a whole lot. So don't try to go on Amazon and try to get 100 pounds. It's a lot.
Oh, shit.
Ladies, we talked about candida, right?
Sure.
Remember what that was? Let's see about thyme oil. Or thyme oil, sorry.
Sounded like metal over there.
No, it's thyme.
I was like, give me a title that says fine. I'm like, what are you saying to me?
Thyme.
Hi guys, in this video we're going to talk about a very powerful oil called thyme oil, Thymus vulgaris, for candida. Okay, here are the candida symptoms. You have fatigue, you have memory issues, brain fog, you're just kind of spacey, numbness, tingling, neurological issues, you can't sleep, muscle aches, a lot of bloating, abdominal pain, constipation, vaginal itching, PMS, anxiety, mood disorders, and all the blood sugar disorders that I talked about for insulin resistance, rectal itching, nasal itching, loss of voice, white tongue, headache, and there's even more too, but these are all the symptoms. So if you have these symptoms and you have candida, you might want to use this oil because it's a powerful antiseptic. It's a powerful thing to destroy funguses and yeast and candida in the body without harming the friendly fungus or the friendly yeast. And it's also really good for bladder infections. Now, if you have candida, you must do intermittent fasting because intermittent fasting stimulates autophagy, and autophagy cleans up old fungus, yeast, viruses, and candida out of the cell. Okay, and then make sure you cut down your sugars and do a healthy keto plan because that alone will starve off the candida and your blood sugar symptoms will go away. All right? Thanks for watching.
Candida, right? When you a lot of some of these oils, yes, you may want to fast with them because your body kind of resets itself when it goes through a fast. So you probably want to do something like that when you have like issues like bacteria or viral infections and things like that, and you want to use the oils. You may want to consider fasting because what you're putting in your body maybe is what's causing the issue in the first place. And like I said before, you want to get rid of that white devil because that white devil causes a lot of problems in people's lives. A lot of problems. Let's go to Numbers chapter 24, verse 6. The thyme oil. And yes, we do have thyme oil. And like my wife said, thyme and oregano combined, a drop of thyme, a drop of
Yeah,
oregano.
because it's so
You
strong.
don't want to do more than a drop
Yeah.
because it is very strong. And water with lemon and honey. That's a wonderful that's wonderful on getting rid of bad bacteria or viruses in your body. Let's read that 24.
Numbers chapter 24, verse 6. As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of line aloes which the Lord hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters.
Aloes, sandalwood. Sandalwood. Now, sandalwood is not really fragrant. It really doesn't have it has a fragrance to it, but it's very, very mild. So if you're looking at for a aroma, no, sandalwood wouldn't be a fragrance that I would recommend for aromas because it's not really, it doesn't really smell like too much of anything. It's not that perfume. It's not like frankincense. It's not like myrrh. It's not like patchouli. It's not like those. But sandalwood still is wonderful for topical. Wonderful for topical. You have to also know your oils. You have to know what's good for topical and what's good for digestion.
Right.
Certain oils are not good for digestion. I would not recommend it. You will be very, very sick. Certain oils that are digestible, I wouldn't recommend using them as topical. Use the oils for whatever reason, whatever it is that you're using the oils for, use it for that purpose. What is sandalwood? It's anti-tumor, antibacterial, antiviral, and it also stimulates your immune system by using it topically. What else does it do? It fights against cancer. Remember, one drop, 40 million trillion molecules. It's good for cancer. viral infections. You had herpes, cold sores, HPV, acne, wrinkles. If you have scars on your body, you can use sandalwood for that. Human papilloma virus. Yeah.
Oh,
For women, it can really boost your reproductive health
all right.
because
yeah.
sandalwood is an aphrodisiac.
Ooh, bring on the babies.
So even though it's not scented very highly,
Not for
it
me.
does do things for the body. I'm just going to say that. So how do you use sandalwood? You diffuse it 1 hour, 3 times a day. Inhale it right from the bottle. Or you can take it as a dietary supplement.
Wale. Boost your energy too.
Yeah. If you're going to use it topically, 2 to 4 drops on wherever the location is on your body, 2 to 4 drops. Now with sandalwood is one of those that you don't have to dilute. You don't have to dilute sandalwood
You can
because
use it for your beard, didn't
yeah, you don't have to dilute sandalwood.
you?
Except if you got like fear demons and you have eczema on your skin, then you would dilute it. Don't put sandalwood on rashes or anything like that. If you have sensitive skin.
Or rashes on your
I have, normal rough skin. So I can put pretty much almost any oil on my skin and it won't make effect except for cinnamon bark.
You don't mess with Shepherd and his oils. I found that out yesterday. You don't put it on my feet. Okay.
Cassia oil is similar to cinnamon. Cassia it's called a holy anointed oil. Can we go to Psalms 45 and 8? Cassia. We're going to get the scripture. It's in scripture. When our people was leaving Egypt, when they were fleeing Pharaoh, commonly used was the myrrh and sandalwood in scented garments. Cassia is mentioned 50 times alone in scripture. Let's get Psalms 45 and 8.
Psalm 45, verse 8. All thy garments smell of myrrh and aloes and cassia out of the ivory palaces, whereby they have made thee glad.
Cassia, I guarantee you want to dilute this. Because cassia has in it what is called formaldehyde. And formaldehyde is what's in cinnamon. It's the active ingredient in cinnamon. And if you place cinnamon on raw skin or cassia on raw skin, it will burn.
We learned that the hard way.
So if you can't get cassia anywhere, then cinnamon essential oil would be a wonderful substitute for it. Yes.
You gotta dilute it.
So when it comes to cassia oil, it boosts your circulation. If you have rheumatoid problems, it's good for that. If you're a psychopath, it's good for that. If you're a sociopath, it's good for that. You get it and you put it on the temples. You put it on the upper part of the head. Rub it.
I gotta stop.
And then your,
I gotta stop all psychology.
right. And then your episode of psychopathy will go away.
Oh,
You won't start to manic. You won't go into that manic state. It also helps with diabetes. It helps fight against diabetes. If you got digestive problems, cassia is wonderful for that. And the female reproductive system again. Casey is wonderful for that. And it also helps with your hair and your skin. But you don't want to ingest this. You must use it topically. Because what's in Casey is called a COX2 inhibitor. A COX2 inhibitor are one of those properties that it will do you a lot of harm in your digestive system versus having it on topically. Anti-inflammatory, antifungal, antibacterial, antiviral, anticoagulant. So you don't have to, unfortunately, vitamin K, children got to get it. But cassia is full of anticoagulant, meaning that if you have an accident or something, you don't bleed out. It regulates the blood. It's used for cataracts. Diluted. Do not drop pure cassia into your eye. That would not be good for you. Fungal infection, your children, hopefully they don't, but ringworm. Yeah, that was really big when I was growing up. Kids would have ringworm all the time.
Yeah, but I think children are getting scabies now.
Scabies, yeah.
Who has scabies?
But this is good.
Her mother took her to the park. She didn't realize it was a dog park. So Annalisa ended up with scabies on her hand.
Oh.
And they gave her cream that didn't work. What did we put on there? What essential oil we put on there? Tea tree. And tea tree cleared it up within like 2 days.
Right. We have something later on tea tree. But if you get an attack of scoliosis, it'll clear it up.
What is that?
Scoliosis. Scoliosis. Scoliosis.
You should get a case of it. What is it?
Yeah, you get a case of scoliosis. You get a case of it.
Like MS?
If you're born with it, I'm confused.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
What is scoliosis?
So your spine is crooked.
So what do you do if you have a spine that's crooked? If an essential oil is good for that thing, if it's good for it.
Oh, the essential oil he just got them talking about, they put it on the spine.
So what do you think it's good
Because
for?
remember,
Now, like I said, it's not going to heal it 100%. No.
that demon has to be cast out.
Exactly. But these are aids. Some of this stuff, some of the oils can heal 100%. It can. I'm a living testimony proof to that. But you want to get rid of the evil spirits. These are aids to get rid of the evil spirits and to maintain a strong, healthy body. So it's not just about getting rid of diseases, but if you don't have any diseases, you continue to use these oils to boost your immune system, because a lot of them boost the immune system, to take care of your lymphatic system, because a lot of these oils take care of the lymphatic system also, to take care of the different systems that are in the body. That's what the oils are for. Yes, ma'am?
We cannot hear you.
So essential oils can affect like your bones?
Can essential oils affect your bones? What do you mean?
Because you were talking about scoliosis.
Like I said, it cannot heal it. It can help.
So that the spirit still has to be
Demons
cast
got
out.
to be cast out, period.
And when they are cast out, they leave damage and different things behind. So you still have to, in some cases, you still have to heal the body.
Right, the body still needs to be healed. So when you're dealing with certain diseases, which I spoke of on so when you're dealing with certain diseases, the demon still has to go, but the body just because the demon go does not mean that you're going to be well. It doesn't, because demons leave after, like aftertaste. You eat something, and then you're like, oh, you got this bad aftertaste in your mouth from certain foods, like onions. Bad aftertaste in your mouth. Demons leave behind diseases. They leave behind sickness. So the oils are a help for the body. And if you don't have a disease, the oils are a prevention for the diseases.
And some things our bodies just need.
Right, your body just needs it.
When I was spray, body spray on my legs were pain so bad. So that's when mother told me to stop using sprays and to use oils. Because whatever is in these body, and that's just for me. I'm not talking about nobody else. This is my personal case. I cannot use different body sprays like that because it messes with my body.
Mm-hmm.
Give me severe leg pains, or it messes with my nose and different things like that. So mother told me to use oils because your body absorbs these different oils. Some is for healing, and some is just to maintain, whatever we need. If we need vitamin D, we don't go outside a lot, do we? So there's different lotions and things you can use that has vitamin D in it.
We're going to talk about that stuff later. Okay. So, cassia, you diffuse it up to 1 hour, 3 times a day. You can directly inhale it. You want to dilute it with a carrier oil. 4 drops of cassia in a carrier oil. You want to dilute it. I would say, like the video says, coconut oil is wonderful. If you don't have coconut, either coconut or olive. So when it comes to dilution, those are the only 2 that I would pretty much recommend.
But I use them all though.
Yeah, coconut or olive to dilute. Put it on a small area of the skin, and it just works wonders. Cedar wood. Cedar wood, it's like a lot. King Solomon used cedar wood to build Yeshua's temple. King Solomon used cedar wood. The cross that Yeshua was crucified on was made of either cedar wood or cypress. Cedar wood is thought to bring wisdom. Let's go to Leviticus 14:4.
When we had the teachings outside last summer, we used to use cedar essential oil because it kept the mosquitoes, kept all the bugs away too.
Yeah, that would be nice. So, cedar wood brings forth wisdom. It was used as ritual cleansing in the Bible. It served as skin conditions. Leprosy was used. Cedar wood was used when people were dealing with leprosy. Burned wood for ceremonial purpose. Cedar wood was associated with cleansing and purification. So it would only add 2 plus 2 that Yeshua was possibly crucified on something of cedar wood. Leviticus 14:4.
Leviticus chapter 14, verse 4. Then shall the priest command to take for him, that is to be cleansed, 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood and scarlet and hyssop.
All right. So cedar wood. What is good for cedar wood? What is cedar wood good for? Hair growth, dry scalp, dandruff issues. Cedar wood is good for that. Antiseptic. Cedar wood is a wonderful antiseptic. Arthritis. You're dealing with arthritis, cedar wood, wonderful. Cedar wood is a deodorizer, and cedar wood is a sedative. You don't need it. If you have dealing with eczema, sensitive skin, cedar wood is wonderful for that. Coughing, cedar wood is wonderful for that, not Robitussin. Bug repellent. And like my wife said, we use cedar wood when we would preach out in the yard. We would light up the cedar wood around us, and the mosquitoes and everything would stay away.
Yeah, those bugs
It's a wonderful bug repellent, but the big ones come out at night. They was not that. Cedar wood did not handle those big giant mosquitoes. Stress relief. You're stressed out. First of all, stop with the stress, but cedar wood will assist with that. Let's go Psalms 92 and 12. If you got brain fog, cedar wood will get you out of that. ADHD, cedar wood. Antibacterial. It's a lymphatic system. It stimulates the lymphatic the lymphatic system. Look at these things. Yeshaya gave us this stuff. Wonderful. Yes, ma'am?
Is the cedar wood, is that the same or similar to the Atlas cedar wood?
Who?
Atlas cedar
I
wood?
just know cedar wood. So I don't know any Atlas cedar wood. Don't know what that is. Psalms 92:12.
Psalms chapter 92, verse 12. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a tree in Lebanon.
Does it say like a cedar in Lebanon?
I thought it said like a cedar in Lebanon.
like a tree.
Oh.
So diffuse cedar wood oil in aroma diffuser, and it'll help with sleeping. Cedar wood is not like sandalwood. Cedar wood is very, very strong. Very, very strong. So even if you use it in diffuser, you may want to combine it with some coconut or olive.
You can't do that with a diffuser. It's
You can't?
water. Nope, it's just the oil and the water. Usually when you have to combine it with something, that's
Mhm.
when you like using it on your body. You can use different oils for like massaging and different things like that.
Okay.
That's when you use the
Diffuser.
no, the diffuser is for the like
Like it's full
what's
with
next
water.
yeah,
So you can put cedar wood.
with water and a diffuser.
Well, we don't want nobody to go to sleep.
Well, we sure had it flowing outside.
Well, that's outside. That's for the bugs. Cedar wood, 2 to 4 drops.
Rock the rock, baby.
With cedar wood. If you're going to use it on skin, it's not necessary to dilute it. Cedar wood can also be taken as a dietary supplement. Not these weird pills that they tell you that you can take. I can't wait till we get to synthetic vitamins.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of information that we're going to bring out with synthetic vitamins and how to actually identify synthetic vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, you're not taking when you go into the store and you're looking at the labels to see whether it's laced with pig or whatever. What you really need to do is look to see what is actually inside of those vitamins, because it's not what you want.
And they don't have to tell you everything either. What's inside of, according to the FDA, they don't have to tell you everything.
They don't have to tell you everything, but pretty much they put it on there anyway because people don't read. Cypress. Now, cypress in the Bible is called gopher wood. That's what cypress is. Or fir. Gopher wood or fir trees. Cypress,
It's fur.
fir,
Yeah.
fir oil. Okay.
I got it, but I forgot what to use it.
Well, let's see. So it's extracted from the cypress tree, and the wood was strong. Um, they in Rome, one of the doors to St. Peter's Basilica is made of of cypress wood, and it hasn't showed decay. That's why Noah's Ark, if it's found today, I mean, I don't know, but Noah's Ark was built on gopher wood, which is very, very durable. Gopher wood is cypress. Genesis chapter 6, verse 14. Now, gopher wood or cypress, it's used, they made weapons out of it. Their spears and everything were made out of it. It was used for fragrance, so you can kill somebody and let them smell sweet savor as they die. It was a wonderful healing. Gopher wood meant prosperity. So gopher wood. We're going to read Genesis 6 and 14.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 14. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch.
All right, so gopher wood was cypress. Very strong, very durable wood. What are the benefits of cypress oil? It promotes blood clotting, for one. Ladies, if you're dealing with a heavy menstrual cycle, cypress wood is good for you. If you are dealing with if you're dealing with issues with your liver, or you don't want to deal with issues with your liver, cypress is wonderful for that. If you had cramps, body cramps, cypress wood is good for that. If you got a problem urinating, cypress is good for that. Internal wounds, external wounds, cypress is good for it because cypress promotes blood clotting. And what happens when you have an open wound? The blood clots. Anti-infection, antioxidant, discourages fluid retention. That's why frequency increases the frequency of urination. If you go to the bathroom once for urination, you may want to take some cypress, do some cypress. It promotes liver health because what it does is that when you use the cypress, it promotes sweating. And sweating is one of the things that releases toxins.
Pigs, though.
No. We're going to Hosea, chapter 14, verse 8. Hosea, chapter 14, verse 8.
Hosea chapter 14, verse 8. Ephraim shall say, what have I to do any more with idols? I have heard him and observed him. I am like a green fir tree. From me is thy first found.
I am like a green cypress tree. Cypress. What else can cypress be used for? It can fight diabetes, any type of circulatory disorder, anything dealing with the circulatory system. It can stabilize a person. Emotional support. You're dealing with depression or grief. Get the demon out. Cypress oil. Directly inhale it. If you have to put it topically, a couple of drops topically. Except for, if you have sensitive skin. Let's see the benefits of tea tree oil. Well, let's hear the benefits of tea tree oil.
Hi, it's me again. I wanted to create a short video on tea tree oil. It's actually an amazing oil that does a lot of things. Like, for example, you can get rid of ants and insects around your house by taking 20 drops, putting in 1/4 of a cup of water in a spray bottle, spray it around, and these ants will go somewhere else. It's quite safe, non-toxic, so that's one great benefit. Also, it's an anti-mold remedy. Spray it in your shower, in your basement, same dilutions, and it just cleans up mold and mildew. And it's excellent for skin problems in the scalp, toenail fungus, nail fungus, psoriasis, any type of skin issue. Just put 2 drops in a tablespoon of coconut oil, mix it up really good, and rub it into the skin and see if it can help you. Also good for sinus and neti pot, so you can check that out. So go ahead, give it a shot, and tell me what you think. Hi guys, hey listen, I created a pretty amazing evaluation quiz down below that actually analyzes your symptoms to find the cause.
When it comes to fur, it's also used for musical instruments. The oil is anticoagulant. It's good for the throat, like he said, with sinus infections, urinary tract infections, arthritis. You could do the tea tree and mix it with water, and you can spray it through your house if you have an ant problem.
Now that's good because instead of spraying that
toxin,
pesticide, for ants and stuff, instead of doing that when you have children, that's like crawling children.
Tea tree oil, and therefore it's not. You don't have to concern yourself with crawling children. 2 Samuel chapter 6 verse 5. Cypress. That's what we're talking about.
Cypress is tea tree?
No, we're talking cypress. I just had that video for tea tree. Second Samuel, let's read that.
2 Samuel chapter 6 verse 5. And David and all the house of Israel played before the Lord on all manner of instruments made of fir wood, even on harps and on psalteries and on timbrels and on cornets and on cymbals.
Cypress. What is cypress good for? Sinus infections, throat infections, cold or cough. And in fact, one of the active ingredients in the cold drop that I have is cypress. Bronchitis. Bronchitis. Asthma. Fatigue. If you're dealing with arthritis or inflammation, we have some words that we're going to say on inflammation later. Urinary tract infection, sciatica, And all these things that these oils can do. Directly inhale it. You can put it topically. You can diffuse it. You can use it as a lot of these oils you can also use as a dietary supplement versus synthetic stuff. Myrtle. We're going to go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 8. Myrtle. Now, when it comes to myrtle, it's a liver stimulant, meaning that it makes the liver do what it's supposed to do. Myrtle. No. It's good for prostates. Thyroid, it stimulates the thyroids. Anti-inflammatory. So when it comes to these oils, as we have seen, each oil has many things that it could be used for. Muscle spasms, if you have bruises, acne on your skin, any type of skin irritation, myrtle would be good for. It can be used as a perfume. Now, the prophets in the Bible did not use it as a perfume, but it can be used as a perfume because myrtle really is it's like a flowery type thing. It almost looks like a daffodil. So what it does, it protects wounds from infections. Ladies get older, the men get older, your skin starts to wrinkle, it protects that.
Good black don't crack.
Good. Wow.
I don't know nothing about that.
It's benefit if you have neurological disorders. Okay. Relief from stress, anxiety, coughing, stomach problems. Myrtle is good for it. Let's read Zechariah.
Zechariah chapter 1, verse 8. I saw by night, and behold, a man riding upon a red horse. And he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bosom. And behold, and behind him were the red horses, speckled and white.
Okay. When you use myrtle, you want to use it with a carrier oil. Stimulate the thyroid, the bottom of the neck, right up in there. The myrtle it actually starts to make your thyroid, it does something. It gives a little boost to it. Help your immune system out as many ways as you can. Frankincense. Frankincense. Antimicrobial, antifungal. Yeshua in all his wisdom made use for frankincense. Frankincense, it could be used for, it could be used for a perfume. It has a nice aroma smell to it. Frankincense is one of the most important oils when it comes to essential oils. Many uses, and many of these uses have been proven by science. So frankincense is the natural leader when it comes to oils. There's a lot of stories dealing in the Bible with frankincense. Let's go to Song of Solomon 3 and 6.
Your favorite frankincense or I got a lot of empty bottles of both. I'm just not gonna answer. Just say.
All right, let's get it.
Song of Solomon, chapter 3, verse 6. Who is this that cometh out of the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all powders of the merchant?
Frankincense, good for acne, wrinkles, dry skin, sunspots, blisters. You got brittle nails. Frankincense is wonderful. You got cuts, scrapes because you're clumsy. Frankincense. You got a wart. Frankincense. You're
So,
always nervous. Frankincense. Why?
so all praise. I'm glad I didn't do it. So I have been telling the ladies that because my nails, because I don't put like nail polish or anything on them, so when they get so long they break. So I was like, it has to be something vegan that I can use that's natural to put on my nails so they won't break.
Frankincense. There you go.
That's what I'm saying because I just use vitamin E oil, but now I can put me a couple of drops of frankincense.
Yeah, we're going to talk about vitamin E oil.
Is that bad?
We're going to talk about vitamin E oil.
Okay, let me shut up then.
But frankincense, yes. Frankincense is wonderful for that.
I'm not talking about like the vitamin C oil you go buy. Vitamin E
Vitamin
oil
E.
you go, but vitamin E comes in a capsule.
Right.
And what I do, I get it and I usually just bust the capsule open and get that oil out of it.
No, there's nothing. We're just going to talk about vitamin E later. Right? Frankincense. You depressed? Frankincense. Lack of concentration? Frankincense. Your immune system needs a little kick? Frankincense. Swelling? Frankincense. Arthritis? Frankincense. Laryngitis because you talk too much? Frankincense. Skin tags? Frankincense.
Oh yeah.
Shingles? Frankincense. Poison ivy because you didn't realize that poison ivy is bad for you? Frankincense. Frankincense. Frankincense heals the body from head to toe. Depression, cancer, respiratory problems, urine problems, inflammation problems. You need your immune system boost. You need a spiritual revival. Frankincense.
Oh my goodness.
Frankincense does a lot. It is the king of essential
I'm just getting a lot of
oils.
answers right now. Remember, I said, what in our body acts like a battery? What is a battery? I feel like I just needed a battery. Like I
A
needed
boost.
a boost. It's our immune system.
It's our immune system. That'll boost you.
That's the battery of our body.
Frankincense, Revelation chapter 18, verse 13.
Hello.
Frankincense.
I just want to say it. Amber, refund that oil. I had to say it. You can't say frankincense without saying them.
Oh, well, I just did. Frankincense.
I know you're going to give me back for that one.
Probably. The king of oils. Let's read Revelation 18.
Revelation chapter 18, verse 13. And cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
Cinnamon, odors, ointments, frankincense, oil, wine, fine flour, wheat, beasts, sheep. Get yourself some sheep legs and get some fine flour. Throw it in some oil with some wine. Fry that thing up. Get you some frankincense diffuser. Frankincense and sheep legs.
See, that's why you don't cook. That's why we keep you out the kitchen. Frankincense and sheep legs.
Sprinkle some cinnamon on it. Not cinnamon bark.
Why we got to get wine? What wine gonna do?
They used to cook with wine. Wine antiseptic.
Oh, That's good, but I can see how the wine can
Yeah,
clean the meat. Because if you cook with it, it's gonna burn
it's
off
gonna
anyway.
burn off
Yeah.
anyway.
But it's a different type of cooking wine.
Right.
It's
It's not the one that you go
It's not
get
the
tipsy
Wild
with.
Hours Rose.
Yeah, that's not wine.
Wild Hours Rose.
That's not wine. I love Rick used to drink it. That ain't Wild Irish Roses. That ain't wine. I don't know what that is. That's a concoction of multiple stuff. Antidepressant, muscle relaxant, benefits of frankincense oil. Put it in the diffuser, topical, not to be taken in ingestion though. 2 to 3 drops, put it in your bath water, sit there and relax. Me too. Release fear, stress, anxiety, uplift your mood, increase your concentration, get your mental peace, relax, satisfy yourself, get rid of the cold, get rid of the bronchitis, get rid of the asthma. Meditate on the word with frankincense. Breathe deep with frankincense. Boost your immune system with frankincense. You got a cold, got a cough, got sniffles, get 3 drops of frankincense in hot water, cover over your head. Breathe in. Steam. Let's see what is said about pine oil.
So today we're going to talk about pine oil, which is an essential oil. Now, what is an essential oil? Well, it's not similar to vitamins that you have essential fatty acids or essential amino acids, and those are required because your body doesn't make them and you need them from your diet. In this sense, essential means the essence of the oil of a plant, okay? So it's kind of like what gives it its fragrance. So pine oil comes from the pine tree, the Christmas tree. So they take it from the stump, the needles, the cones, the twigs, and they concentrate it. And it has some real interesting antimicrobial properties. And it used to be the ingredient in pine sol, but now they took that out. And pine salt is a disinfectant, as a cleaning agent. But what I'm going to talk about is the pine oil that you can consume or put on your body or inhale. It's great for if you have dandruff or you have itchy skin, achy joints, respiratory infection, because bacteria hate this oil. It'll help disinfect bacteria, viruses, funguses, candida, and Lyme. Okay, so if you have Lyme, this could be a great remedy to help put this thing back in remission. And then E. coli, okay, and salmonella, and many other types of infections. So how would you take it? There's 3 ways. You can use it topically on your skin, take it orally, or breathe it in, okay? Now, if you're going to take it topically, let's say you're going to put it on a joint that is arthritic or you have pain, or in your skin, let's say you have dandruff or psoriasis, something like that, you would rub it in. And all you have to do is take 2 drops and about 2 tablespoons of coconut oil, mix it really good, and use that as the salve that you rub it into the joint or your scalp. Now, if you're going to take it orally, you want to take 2 drops in a glass of water and drink that slowly. But that's really good for some internal microbial infections that you have that, let's say, you want to speed up the results with, because these microbes are repelled from pine oil. So in this situation, let's say you had Lyme or you had some type of respiratory tract problem, you can actually do this. And the last way is breathing it in. Okay, if you have a respiratory problem and you want to speed things up, you just put 2 drops in the container of fluid, okay, and you start slowly breathing this in your lungs. It will greatly help you. And one last point, always start out with a very small amount, just to make sure you're not sensitive to this substance and you don't have a reaction to it. And then if you don't have a reaction, go ahead and do more, because pine oil is super concentrated. Thanks for watching.
Super concentrated pine oil. Works. That's why pine salt doesn't, I mean, you guys are young. Pine salt does not smell like it used to smell.
No, it doesn't. It don't even clean.
When in the 70s, when I was just a youth, my grandmother would always use pine salt. She used pine salt on everything. and it would have the whole house
It was
lit.
strong, yeah.
The whole house would be lit. Now you got, I don't know what it is.
Weak salt.
It doesn't smell like
Pine
anything.
clove.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the holy herb hyssop. Hyssop is another one of Yeshaya's oils. The Old Testament commanded, in the Old Testament, Yeshaya commanded his people to use hyssop in ceremony cleansing of the house. Hyssop was at Yeshaya's crucifixion. Remember that? The Roman soldiers offered him drink of wine vinegar on a sponge, and on that sponge was a stalk of hyssop.
Hyssop is super strong.
It is. It is very
That's
strong.
what we use for deliverance service.
Let's go over to John, the 19th chapter, the 29th and the 30th verse. You think that's funny?
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You didn't put anything on that skin. You are so right. We are talking.
Yeah, talk. Let's read, please.
John chapter 19, verse 29. Now there was set a vessel full of vinegar, and they filled a sponge with vinegar and put it upon hyssop and put it to his mouth. When Yeshaya therefore had received the vinegar, he said, "It is finished." And he bowed his head and gave up the ghost.
Huh? Vinegar. They use vinegar for what do you mean? What the vinegar was
Yeah,
for?
why they put vinegar on the sponge? I always wondered.
Well, they
that.
had that. I mean, vinegar is like a I don't know why they put it. I mean, it's at a crucifixion. I mean, they weren't going to heal a body afterwards.
Right. So it
They're going
had
to be dead.
So it had to be something.
Oh, you know what? No. What it is that it has properties where it deadens the pain.
They didn't care about his pain.
But that's what it did.
But you know what he went through,
Right.
as we did the autopsy of Yeshaya.
Right.
So
remember, this is the second time this happened.
Right. So,
First time it was like vinegar wine or something.
So could the vinegar do something to his body in a bad way, the state that it was in?
No, he didn't. No, it wouldn't. Because vinegar, if you use vinegar for your body, what that does, it's good for anti-inflation. Vinegar is good for antifungal. If you use vinegar is good for bacteria, for bad bacteria. And the good thing about vinegar is that, and I know this isn't one of them, but what's good with vinegar is that it does not kill the good bacteria in your body like certain things does. It leaves the good bacteria alone. It fights the bad bacteria.
And vinegar is 100% awesome for removing mucus.
And it's good for greens
all
too.
Up in here. Yeah. Ooh. You better
Sprinkle
shut
some
your
vinegar
mouth.
on your collard greens.
You better shut your mouth. Woo.
Why are they looking at me like that?
Because they don't know.
Y'all young people, y'all don't know nothing.
Just a little
Greens.
vinegar.
What's that?
Put some vinegar on your
Put some
greens.
vinegar on them greens.
Yeah.
And got your cornbread over there on the side too. Mix that up.
Mm-hmm. You gotta eat that with your fingers, not a fork.
Whatever.
Fingers.
Hey.
All right, hyssop. It's a decongestant. So for you people who deal with fear, not allergies, decongestant, anti-inflammatory. Your lipid, it increases the lipids in your body. It's wonderful for congestion, asthma, your lungs. You got kidney stones, hyssop Parasites in your body, hyssop. Viral infection, hyssop. Circulatory disorder, hyssop. Anxiety, hyssop. You want to restore your appetite, hyssop. Not you. Arthritis, hyssop.
That means she would have to lose it to restore it.
Yeah, you can't. You ain't being lost. Respiratory infections, congestion, parasites, worms that are in your body. Yes, there are worms in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of the worms with hyssop. Calm you down.
I'm eating.
Diffuse. Oh, that's gross. You can take it topically. You can take it as a dietary supplement. You can take it in aromatherapy. Hyssop is wonderful.
Yeah, we people do have worms in their bodies.
Put hyssop, mix up some hyssop with some shea butter and put it on your feet. Detox.
Bam. Doing that tonight.
Detox. Sorry, I just thought about that. That's not
shea
on my notes. But yeah, if you take hyssop with shea butter, you mix that up, you put it on your feet, it's a detox.
Some
It
people
detoxes
around
your
here
body.
need some of that. I've seen y'all feet.
Yeah, certain people, yeah, their feet don't look so great. Myrrh.
Main one.
Now you can say your frankincense and myrrh.
Frankincense and myrrh.
Myrrh.
Free burning that oil.
Now, everybody knows myrrh. There's 156 scriptures in the Bible that speaks on myrrh. Myrrh is used in the Bible. It was used as an ointment. It was used as incense. It was used at funerals.
Oh man.
Queen Esther used myrrh. Remember the beauty treatments that she had? That was myrrh.
I thought it was hyssop.
Myrrh. Myrrh. Common use in the Bible. That was myrrh. Antibacterial. Fights diabetes. Now let's go to Esther chapter 2, verse 12. Because my wife don't believe me when I said the treatments were...
The Bible says to test every spirit. I'm testing that spirit. The Bible says.
But when you get, and this is why the Magi had the frankincense and the myrrh. When you combine frankincense, we already know what frankincense does. When you combine frankincense and myrrh, then you have probably the most highly, the most powerful substance medicinally known to mankind.
Suck it in, sister. I'm at the front part.
This is the only way
She gotta go.
When it comes to frankincense and myrrh, it's kind of the two oils, they synchronize with each other. And like I said, it becomes the most highly, the most potent medicine.
He knows.
Period.
He knows what he's talking about with the frankincense and myrrh.
Let's read Esther chapter 2, verse 12.
I got so many empty bottles of frankincense.
Esther chapter 2, verse 12. Now when every maid's turn was come to go in to King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months according to the manner of the women. For so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the women.
Imagine 12 months, 6 months of beauty treatments, 6 months, every single day you're in oil of myrrh. What is it doing? It's microbial growth. It stops it. Excuse me. It relieves infections. It is a stimulant.
So what are they saying? Esther was filthy?
Probably. She was, I mean, it's not she was, antidepressant, anti-inflammatory, astringent. You don't need witch hazel. Get you some myrrh.
Do you remember witch hazel used to kind of burn and something when
Right.
you use it? Not no more.
That's because it's been changed. It's not witch hazel no more.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's like putting water. Like it has no smell.
Nothing.
Remember how strong
It was?
witch hazel?
It was really strong.
And when you use it, it will burn.
It
You
would
have
burn
to
your
burn.
face.
Yeah.
You would have to like.
Now it's like water in
Nothing.
a bottle. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't buy witch hazel because it's not witch hazel.
He says
Don't know
the
what
witch.
it is. It's a what?
It's the witch without the hazel.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 24 verse 15. Medical properties of myrrh: antioxidant, anti-tumor, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antiviral, anti-parasitic. You can use it as an anesthetic. Myrrh. A lot of wonderful things. This is a wonderful lesson. I'm feeling very wonderful right now.
That's how walang.
See that walang do something.
You
for
sitting
me.
right next to it. That's how walang.
Ecclesiasticus 24.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 15. I gave a sweet smell like cinnamon and asclepias, and I yielded a pleasant odor like the best myrrh, as galbanum and onyx and sweet storax, and as the fume of frankincense in the tabernacle.
See, the only thing that I'm confused about with this verse is it says onyx. And I thought onyx was a mineral. I thought onyx was like a stone. But I didn't look it up because, I don't have time for that. But myrrh, galbanum, sweet, pleasant odor, frankincense. Myrrh can be used for, again, diabetes, fighting diabetes, cancer, hepatitis, viral infections, ringworm, gum disease, gum infections, skin conditions, eczema, got cracked skin, dry skin, don't say nothing, anti-arthritis, you got digestive problems. Myrrh can do it. Myrrh is what's called a fixing oil. It fixes things. Anchaya. The spelling is in Exodus 30:34, but it is Onycha. Now, there's a reason why many of you don't know what anchaya is. And the reason is because it was used as the holy recipe for the incense. You remember when Yeshua commanded Moses to make a mixture? And you bet not copy this mixture. Now, anchaya is very thick. Because, in fact, anchaya, if you put it in a bottle, you couldn't pour it out. It's thick. And when you smell it, it smells like sweet vanilla. It smells like very sweet vanilla. But it has vanillin aldehyde in it.
What's that?
Oh, that's powerful antioxidant. Very powerful. This oil is very high acidic. Very high. That's why If you get this type of oil, you must dilute it. You must dilute it. It smells like very strong vanilla, like a really strong vanilla. And it has anti-microbe properties to it. In hospitals back in Bible days, they would use this as a hospital antiseptic. So I'm quite sure Luke was very familiar with this. They would dilute it with ethanol, ethyl alcohol, which comes from dung. And they would dilute it. But it was so strong that they would use it to antiseptic the hospitals. Let's go Exodus 30 and 34. Read that.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 34.
Mhm.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take unto thee sweet spices, stack and oncha and galbanum, and these sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall there be a like weight.
All right, so we use Anchaya today. It supports your cardiovascular system. It helps your health. Ladies, premenstrual cramps, you got before your menstrual comes on and you feeling, crampy, you could not take it, but you can use Anchaya. It's a perfume. You can use it as a perfume because it smells like very strong vinegar, a really strong vinegar.
Who want to use vinegar as perfume?
I'm sorry, vanilla. I'm thinking vinegar from the previous. Vanilla. It's really strong vanilla.
That's how you get down.
No, it ain't how I get that. But it's also soothing. It's uplifting. It's an ointment that heals wounds. So it's another fixture. But it is very, very thick. Really thick. Huh? Anchaya spikenard. Now, spikenard, even though we know a lot about it, spikenard is only mentioned, I think, 4 times in the Bible. It's not mentioned that much. It's an essential oil, and it has a place in history because Mary used it to anoint the feet of Yeshua.
Yes.
Right? Spikenard. We're going to go to John chapter 12, verse 3. Mary did it as an act of love, an act of service to Yeshua, anointing his head and his feet. She showed a deep devotion to our Lord and Savior. Spikenard, John chapter 12, verse 3.
John chapter 12, verse 3. Then took Mary a pound of ointment of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of Yeshua, and wiped his feet with her hair, and the house was filled with the odor of the ointment.
Right.
What is a pound of spikenard?
A pound of spikenard. Remember, it's not the oil, it's the resin back in those days.
Oh.
It's the resin from it. So a pound of spikenard is going to be expensive. It is.
That's why Judas was so upset.
Because you got this box and it's about a pound, like the size of an ice cream box.
So is it like a mush, like it was probably, what's the name of those things? I forget.
Oh, you mean the ones that they use for apothecaries?
Yeah. So was it like
there's something
that?
specific it's called.
Could she have put it in some like mashed it up?
Well, there would be a lot of mashing.
You know how shea butter is?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Shea butter. It goes through a lot to get shea butter. So.
But this is coming from the
I'm trying to see like
tree itself.
well, like what it looked like. It was not leaves, right?
No,
So she had to do something to it.
Yeah, they
Get
they
the oil out of it.
get the oil out, but they concentrate it. I mean, they don't just take it from the tree and put it in a box and here you go. No, they added certain things to it. What is good for spikenard? Of course, antibacterial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory, especially anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It boosts your immune system. Insomnia, you can take spikenard. Menstrual problems, spikenard. Heart arrhythmia, spikenard. Nervous tension or muscle tension or things that are going on with your nerves, spikenard. Rejuvenates the skin, spikenard. Ladies, estrogen, spikenard.
Spikenard is good for if you're dealing with peripheral neuropathy.
Yes, it is.
It's good for that too. It takes away the pain.
Curing constipation, spikenard.
Now, I know you can't ingest.
No, you can't ingest it.
You put it on your belly or something.
Yeah, you can put it on your belly. Right.
Like
I wouldn't put it down there. That wouldn't be good. But yeah, you can put it on your stomach. Or your lower part of your intestines.
Somebody was dealing with gallbladder stones, remember?
Right.
And we put spikenard on the gallbladder, and the pain stopped.
Right, because gallbladder, I mean, it's in the same area as the belly, as the colon, as your menstrual area. All that's in the same area. So it would
The menstrual area.
The rose sharing.
Oh yeah.
Now here's something about the rose of Sharon that I didn't know. The rose of Sharon actually didn't come from a rose. It came from hibiscus. Oh, Sharon. So that's one thing that I didn't know, that the rose of Sharon actually comes from hibiscus plants. Okay.
Yeah.
And it looks like a hibiscus, doesn't it? That doesn't
Yeah.
look like a rose.
So why is it called the Rose of Sharon?
Well, I don't know. Song of Solomon 2:1. Now, what they use the rose of Sharon for is the shepherds would use it to heal cuts and scrapes whenever the goats or the sheep would get cuts on their legs or they scrape it. They would use the rose of Sharon to heal the animal's cuts. Rose of Sharon, Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1.
Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1.
Mhm.
I am the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valley.
Rose of Sharon. What is Rose of Sharon good for? Cuts, scrapes, calming oil, soothing to the skin, uplifting, digestive issues, immune, nervous system issues, arthritis, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory. The Rose of Sharon. Other oils that are listed in the Bible, Ains, Bay, Delium, Calamus. Calamus is also called lemongrass. So when you see calamus in the scriptures, Calamus, that's lemongrass. That was used as a perfume and incense.
That the oil that was part of the mixture.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
lemongrass or calamus. Cinnamon. Cinnamon oil is used for almost everything. You can clean the air with cinnamon. You can kill mold with cinnamon. It's a natural medicine.
If you're in labor, if you drink cinnamon, it thins the uterus wall to help
Yeah.
you with delivery.
Mhm. Solomon used cinnamon in the bedroom. It's natural perfume. Yeah.
Oh, that's what he used it for? Natural perfume in the bedroom.
Right. Mhm. Solomon did
Are you
use
messing with me?
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 7, verse 17.
Because I can't think of that one. I wouldn't know what I would use cinnamon for.
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 7, verse 17.
You knew I was going to ask you. I don't know why you said it.
Yeah, but you see, I don't have the scripture, right? So
that may not be even right.
I may not be right. That's true. I'll just guess. Proverbs 7 and 17. Let's read.
Proverbs chapter 7, verse 17. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon.
Okay. That's Solomon. Perfume this bed.
Somebody gonna get burned.
Well, I don't think it's cinnamon bark. That's a difference. Cinnamon bark is different from just.
So like cinnamon is like the
cinnamon, like I'm not talking like the cinnamon we use, but cinnamon. Yeah.
But cinnamon bark don't smell like anything.
That does.
You got cinnamon bark. It don't smell like nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like cinnamon. But yes, Solomon perfumed his bedroom.
Some information.
Right? Solomon perfumed his bedroom. So those combinations would be like an aphrodisiac.
Oh, encouragement.
Right, encouragement.
It would be encouragement.
Right. Other oils, the Bible talks about coriander and cumin.
Nothing's gonna be messing with the food now.
No, dill, galbanum. Galbanum is the ingredient, and galbanum itself, it's a foul odor. Now, galbanum stinks. It's a very nasty odor. So you need something with sweet smelling. That's why they use the frankincense, because you need something with it, or the anchaya. You need something with a sweet smell in order to use galbanum. But it has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Henna is another one. Juniper is another one that's used in the Bible. Mint, mustard seed. Let's hear something about mint.
Hey guys, today we're going to talk about the benefits of mint. Okay, mint leaf. I actually grow mint in my backyard, and it's quite delicious. If you take a frozen kale and you add mint to it, the actual leaf, and blend that, you will not need any sweetener. Maybe freeze the kale or put ice cubes so it's colder, blend it thoroughly and drink that down. You will love that shake. The combination of mint and kale is wonderful. One of my YouTube followers told me about this, and I think it's a great combination. And if you're into a little bit sweeter, you can add a couple drops of stevia and just make it really, really delicious. But mint is good for your digestion. You can get peppermint oil and take it that way. If you add fennel, also help with some bloating and gas. But typically, most people just use peppermint oil, but this kind of just adds a little extra. IBS, real beneficial for IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, abdominal cramps, bloating, gas. So you can take it as a supplement either before you eat or after you eat to help that. Respiratory, great for asthma, lung congestion, mucus, sinus congestion. You can put it in a neti pot and actually you can breathe it in and it helps the mucous membrane. Sore throats, you can do it as a tea, really effective for that. It's great for coughing, irritation in your throat, hoarseness, or that tickle that you have this chronic like clearing of your throat, if there's some mucus in there. Also, if you have this chronic cough thing, adding calcium would be very beneficial. I just wanted to do this quick video because someone wanted to know the benefits of mint. Thanks for watching.
When we was in Arizona, I had a mint tree. And remember, a shepherd would take him a couple leaves every morning. He would just eat the mint leaves. But I tried to grow that stuff out here.
That wasn't happening.
The groundhogs ate them. The squirrels, like all the animals in the backyard ate up everything. Yeah, we had sweet basil. We had a sweet basil tree that was about this tall. And the animals just ate all the leaves off of them.
So we have rue, saffron, shea, terebinth, and then wormwood. Let's find out about wormwood. Wormwood is a oil. It's an oil. It's not like the wormwood that's mentioned in the book of Revelation. All right, wormwood.
I talk a little bit about wormwood extract. This is one of the best remedies for parasites. There was a study that I reviewed, and I'll put the link down below, that showed that wormwood was just as effective as anti-parasitic medication. So what is it good for? It's good for pinworms, roundworms, tapeworms, and malaria, which is a disease caused by a parasite in mosquitoes. And if you have malaria, the best way to take this wormwood would be to tea. The active compound in wormwood is called thurgone, and there's an alpha and a beta. The alpha version is a bit toxic. In fact, it can cause hallucinations. And what's interesting is quite a few artists in the past have taken wormwood to create this altered state to somehow become more creative in their arts. In fact, the artist Van Gogh took it. Of course, I'm not recommending this for that purpose, but wormwood has a lot of different compounds to create some real interesting effects. If you're pregnant, you need to avoid it. If you're breastfeeding, avoid it. If you have epilepsy, if you're a child, you need to avoid it. Check with your doctor before taking this, of course. And also, if you take it, only take it for 4 weeks at a time. Don't take it long term. So it's good, number one, for parasite. It causes the parasites to become paralyzed and then they die. Number two, it's also very good for irritable bowel syndrome, especially Crohn's. And I also found it's good for the inflammation in the kidney, and it can help someone with their digestion because it increases stomach acid as well as the release of bile. So you have less bloating and less gas. All right, that was your quick video. Thanks for watching.
Right. Wormwood. Very interesting.
Very better.
Didn't we have some?
James 5:14.
Probably still got it because we ain't finished up this day.
Yes, that's right. Actually, I have one running. Yeah.
So we just with the understanding of the oils, you get an understanding of the Shire. You get an understanding of the healing, the power of Yeshua. James 5:14.
James chapter 5, verse 14. Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord.
Right, anointing him in the name of the Lord. Almond oil. Almond oil has wonderful properties for the skin, can reduce scars. Almond oil is loaded with vitamin E, so it hydrates and soothes damaged skin, rejuvenates the skin, helps you with your complexion, muscle tone. This was good. That's what almond oil is good for. It has anti-inflammatory properties, healing scars. They say don't use almond oil before you have any type of surgery. And almond oil needs to be used with the carrier oil. But almond oil has its benefits. So yeah, don't use almond oil if you're gonna have surgery in like 2 weeks. And then coconut oil. Coconut oil has fatty acids and a lot of things to reverse skin damage, skin disorders. Coconut oil is good for that. Of course, it's anti-inflammatory. Um, Coconut oil can increase collagen, which collagen is in the skin, under the skin. It softens the skin, it rejuvenates the skin. So those are some good properties when it comes to coconut oil. Yes, ma'am.
I know with coconut oil, a lot of people.
Fry with it? Yeah, I know.
No, I was gonna say they use it
Make
for
brownies
oil
with it?
pulling. Oil pulling for your mouth. Like
Make what?
Oil pulling.
What is oil
Like
pulling?
if you have a cavity and you don't want to like get like a medical procedure, you can rinse like with oil, with the coconut oil. You can like switch it in your mouth and like spit it down the trash can, and it'll help reverse the cavity.
That's what Tom Hanks was doing in Castaway.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta do it for a while.
Remember he had the thing he was pulling it, that was all coconut oil, and he was putting it in his tooth.
Oh yeah,
Remember?
right, yeah.
Oh. Okay. Wonderful. Section 2, vitamins.
No, coconut oil and baking soda is good for whitening your teeth.
Yeah. So let's take a break. Let's take a quick break before we get really. I should have tricked them. Before we get to vitamins and minerals.
Oh, no.
I'll be calling that.
How did you wipe them? That was mommy. Mommy.
I was gonna say like she's gonna play download. I found out last.
Oh, really?
You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mommy.
Ready?
Sure, why not?
Section 2.
Section 2, vitamins. Everyone needs vitamins. Here's the thing, your body does not produce vitamins. You need vitamins in you. Vitamins and minerals have been part of man for thousands of years. So let's start this off with, what are synthetic vitamins and are they good for you? How to identify synthetic vitamins? Well, when it comes to synthetic vitamins, your body does not easily recognize synthetic vitamins, so therefore it's harder for the vitamins to absorb in your body, and it's hard for the body to use them efficiently. What's the right word? Synthetic vitamins. When it comes to the formula of synthetic vitamins, what they do is they take high amounts of nutrients to make up for the body's inability to absorb them. And these high dosages leads to health issues. So they got a synthetic vitamin, let's say vitamin A, and it's synthetic. What it is that there's only a small, very minute trace of vitamin A in the synthetic vitamin, but it's filled with all other kinds of stuff that you may not want. So let's hear about synthetic vitamins before we get to it.
So I'm going to do a short video on vitamins. There's one distinction between synthetic vitamins and whole food concentrates that I really, really want to make, because so many people are taking the wrong ones unknowingly. When you get a vitamin that's prescribed by a doctor that you have to get from the pharmacy, then you know for a fact it's synthetic. And that includes all those prenatals. Now, what are synthetic vitamins? There are man-made vitamins made from petroleum coal tar, and they synthesize them to sort of make them the same as natural molecules.
Did you hear that, ladies? Okay, let's keep going.
But what's missing is that in nature, nothing comes in these fractionoid individual parts of vitamins. In nature, you always have the whole complex of vitamins, and not in high amounts, in very small amounts. So even though you have high potency vitamins that are synthetic, the reason why your urine is so yellow is because you're just peeing it out because of.
Ladies, is your urine yellow?
Because of what? Your urine is so yellow because of what?
You're taking synthetic vitamins. You know what? I'll wait until you come back in here.
It's toxic to your body.
Yeah, let's do this. That. This.
So we're going to do a short video.
All right, I'm going to pause this for a minute, because you really need to hear this. And we're just not going to just throw, some certain things that we're taking under the bus, but we're going to identify on how you can tell a product is synthetic versus a normal vitamin A or vitamin E or vitamin D. But first telltale sign, your urine, if you can smell the vitamins that you took in your urine, it's synthetic. Let's take a listen to this.
On vitamins. There's one distinction between synthetic vitamins and whole food concentrates that I really, really want to make, because so many people are taking the wrong ones unknowingly. When you get a vitamin that's prescribed by a doctor that you have to get from the pharmacy, then you know for a fact it's synthetic. And that includes all those prenatals. Now, what are synthetic vitamins? There are man-made vitamins made from petroleum coal tar.
Coal tar. It's coal. Coal.
And petroleum is what they use to oil big rig machines and stuff. Petroleum.
For you young folks, coal is what used to heat up your homes.
Yeah. I know what coal is.
Oh, okay, because you said what is coal. All right.
And they synthesize them to sort of make them the same as natural molecules. But what's missing is that in nature, nothing comes in these fractionoid individual parts of vitamins. In nature, you always have the whole complex of vitamins, and not in high amounts, in very small amounts. So even though you have high potency vitamins that are synthetic, the reason why your urine is so yellow is because you're just peeing it out because it's almost toxic to your body. The only benefit of synthetic vitamins is a short-term use, maybe doing a detox, but that's it. You never want to take them long-term. Now, I'm not even saying focus on natural vitamins. I'm saying focus on whole food concentrates. And you have to look on the label and read the ingredients. Where does it come from? If you cannot pronounce the chemical, then we know it's made from synthetics. So let's just take vitamin C complex. In nature, vitamin C comes with multiple parts. We have ascorbic acid. That's the antioxidant portion. And that's so funny because antioxidants really are the inactive part of the vitamin C complex. They're not the active part. They're like the eggshell to the egg, like the banana peel to the banana. They're there to protect the guts of that vitamin, but most people think that this is the active portion and they take it in high amounts and think they're getting some benefits. Let me just tell you the only benefit you would get if you had a cold or something with the acidic nature, the acidifying nature of ascorbic acid, because when you make the body more acid when you're sick, it tends to help the immune system fight this thing off better. But you'd be better off taking apple cider vinegar, not ascorbic acid, because when you take high amounts of synthetic vitamins, it tends to deplete the other associated parts that normally come with that vitamin complex. And that's why too much ascorbic acid, you end up with bleeding gums, spider veins. That's the side effect. Why? Because you're going to be creating deficiencies of vitamin P. Vitamin P are all the bioflavonoids, the root.
Remember one of the poll questions was unknown vitamins? We're going to talk about that because he's going to mention vitamin P and he's going to mention vitamin J, which not too many people have heard of.
That, yeah.
But we're going to go into these unknown vitamins because there's quite a few of them. You're probably thinking, well, there's a vitamin for every letter of the alphabet. No, it's not. There's a reason behind why they skip letters. But we're going to identify the vitamins. Let me let you know this. There is something called vitamin R, but guess what that is? Ritalin. So that's not a vitamin. There's a vitamin, well, you know what? We'll get to it. But I did just put that on the top of my head. Vitamin R is Ritalin. If you Google it, you'll see it says Ritalin. You don't want that. Vitamin N. Vitamin N is taking nature walks. You don't.
And if you take vitamin N, you get some vitamin D.
All right, let's do this.
And they're the ones that help the arteries, the strengthening the gums and the teeth, the capillaries. Without vitamin P, you'll get varicose veins and spider veins. Vitamin J. Now you say, well, wait a second, I never heard of vitamin J. Well, what's the first vitamin that was ever discovered? Take a wild guess. It's not vitamin C, it's vitamin A. Then comes B, then C, then D, then E, then F, and G, and it goes right down through all the way up to, I think, J and H, and they even have vitamin U. So those are vitamins that are just, they were discovered in that order. So vitamin J is the anti-pneumonia vitamin. It helps you breathe. It helps with oxygen carrying capacity, especially when you go up a flight of stairs. So if you go up stairs and you can't breathe, it could mean that you need more vitamin J, or you have problems breathing. Copper. In vitamins, you always have a mineral as part of the connecting parts. All vitamins have as their base some mineral. With vitamin C, it's copper. Copper is not just like a metallic, a rock, like you would have like a copper penny. It's in an enzyme form, so it's really easy to digest. And the enzyme, the name of it is called tyrosinase, which basically is one of the key minerals to help you build up collagen in your joints and your arteries and things like that. And so then we have K. That's it helps you clot, so it helps prevent bleeding. And there's certain drugs that are blocking vitamin K, like the rat poison Coumadin, which people take to prevent strokes and things like that. So they can't really consume much of vitamin K in vegetables. But the point is that what you want to do is you want to look for vitamins that come in their whole more complex parts. Not as a synthetic. You want to avoid the synthetics, and because the synthetic vitamin C is made from cornstarch, which by the way has no vitamin C, and sulfuric acid. Those two things. It's kind of weird that you're getting vitamin C without a raw material that comes from vitamin C or has vitamin C in it. But that's how they make it. It's cornstarch and sulfuric acid. What's the bottom line? Only ever consume food or whole food concentrates and you'll stand in trouble.
A lot of things that you're taking, more than likely, it's synthetic.
So,
More than likely, it's synthetic.
so I need to get rid of all those vitamins.
Well, no, what you want to do is look at it. Look at it and see. Yes.
With magnesium, I found out recently. So when you buy magnesium, it's magnesium either it says sulfate or magnesium trisulfate, something like that. So with it, there's unfortunately they don't tell you magnesium sulfate together combined. It causes you more harm than it does good. So it has to be magnesium bisulfate, I believe, so it can actually do the compound of what magnesium does, because when it's mixed with other components, it causes like headaches or different side effects that you wouldn't think is coming from you taking a vitamin. So as you said, like synthetic wise, I didn't know that. I thought you did just go buy a vitamin and it wasn't. You had to look that it wasn't synthetic, but the actual vitamin was what it's.
Well, I say since.
Well, let's hold on for a second. Magnesium is not a vitamin. It's a mineral.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, we always tend to have the same breakfast, lunch, and dinner menu. Like we always seem like we eat the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why not eat the foods that give us these different things?
Right.
That way we will have a variety of foods on our table for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because look, we just buy the same thing. We go to the grocery store. Just think about it. You purchase the same stuff. When do we ever step outside the box and buy things or try things that we have never tried before?
Right. So yeah, when it comes to vitamins and when it comes to minerals, like iron and phosphate, those are minerals. She mentioned magnesium. Those are minerals. And when it comes to those, when you have it said monotitrate or thiamine or hydrochloride, then if it has those ingredients, we're going to specifically speak on vitamins. But when it comes to minerals, when they have those ingredients in it, or as I'm going to say later, if it has salt in it, then it is synthetic. How do you know if it says salt? We'll get to that a little bit later. Yes?
Is that also like with water bottles? They'll have like sodium. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Water bottles?
Like when you go to the store, you have to buy like a pack of waters and you check the ingredients and
In the water?
Yeah, it's on packs of water. And it'll say like sodium. Yeah.
No, sodium bicarbonate, that's fine.
Oh.
Sodium bicarbonate, there's nothing wrong with sodium bicarbonate.
So
sodium is salt. I'm not speaking of that salt. We'll get to what I'm speaking of when I say salt. Sodium bicarbonate, I mean, you have it in water. If you have too much sodium bicarbonate, you burp. It releases gas at you. So it's a good thing. It's a mineral.
Oh, I just
sodium bicarbonate. It's a mineral. You need it. Yes. You just holding your hand up just to hold your hand up? Great. All right, so synthetic vitamins to avoid. If you buy vitamin A and it says acetate or palmitate, don't buy it. And they put it on the label. Vitamin A acetate, vitamin A palmitate. It's on the vitamin. I mean, it's on the bottle because it's synthetic. And what they try to tell you is that synthetic vitamins and natural vitamins are pretty much the same. What we do is we create the vitamin in the lab. Well, you can't create vitamins in the lab because, as we just heard, vitamin C is a combination of K, P, J, and copper, along with an amino acid to go around to protect it. You can't duplicate that with hydrochloric acid or riboflavic acid. You can't do that. Vitamin B1. If it's thiamine, dump it. Thiamine is not good. Mononitrate. That's in vitamin B. Hydrochloride. That sounds bad in itself. But hydrochloride, if it's in the name of vitamin B, get rid of it. Or don't buy it. Because I'm going to tell you something, the synthetic vitamins are going to do you a lot worse. And like you said, if you get a prescription from your doctor, 100%, it is synthetic. So ladies, dump the maternity pills and get the right vitamins or eat the foods with the vitamins.
Well, they don't take them. Well, I know back years ago when we looked it up, some of the prenatal vitamins has in them what pesticides company used to cure rats.
Right. You think of your child as a rat? All three of you wait, no, sorry. Have it. Both of them. Got it. All right, vitamin B. Have you ever heard of riboflavin?
Yes.
Vitamin B. If it's vitamin B2 and it says riboflavin, you got to get rid of it. It's synthetic. Vitamin B2, riboflavin. It is synthetic. There's one for here, but you're gonna have to.
Right here, but there's nowhere to pick it up. Can I read?
You want to sit it over here? And do support here.
It's right here.
All right, let's go. That was vitamin B2. Also, with vitamin B2, if it says calcium D phenolphate, bad. Vitamin B6, if it says hydride, I'll spell it PYRIDOXINE. 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 And vitamin B6. If it has that on the label, it's synthetic. Vitamin B12. If it has COBALAMIN, it's synthetic. Cobalamin. Also, with any of these vitamins, if it says amino benzoic acid, it's synthetic. Here's one that I guarantee you'll see. Folic acid.
Oh, yeah.
If it says folic acid, it's synthetic. Chloride, it's synthetic. All right, when it comes to biotin, if it says D-biotin, it's synthetic. We'll get to biotin a little later with one of the unknown vitamins. But if it says D-biotin, it's synthetic. And in fact, let me just help you out right now. Anything that says that has the small letter D and a dash or DL dash, it is synthetic. Because you'll see vitamin C, it'll say absorbic acid, which is synthetic, dash DL something. It's synthetic. So yes, anything that says absorbic acid in it, it's synthetic. When it comes to vitamin D, when it comes to vitamin E, if it says DL alpha tocoferol, it's synthetic. If it says DL alpha anything, it's synthetic. That's vitamin E. And then lastly, vitamin D. If it says eradicated or erratic estradiol, that's IRRADIATED. And the second word is ERGOSTERAL, synthetic. Synthetic vitamins are not good. You think it's working because your urine is glowing yellow. It's doing just the opposite. You think it's working because when you go to urine, you can smell the vitamins that you've been taking. It's not working. It's doing just the opposite to your body. Your body is fighting the synthetic vitamins that you're putting in your body. That's what it's doing. You're on your way to liver failure, kidney problems. That's what you're on your way to by dealing with these synthetic vitamins. Now, what you want to do is look at the label. What about those that say 100% natural? What about those? Is everybody looking 100% natural? Just because it says 100% natural does not mean it's natural. What it really means is that it's 10% natural. Now, 10% natural is fine because the rest of it should come from food products or food sources. And that should be on the label. It should be on the label. If it does not come from natural, if it can be 10% natural product, but the natural food sources, they have to list that. What is a natural food source? Celery extract, natural food source. Cherry extract, that's a natural food source. Those are natural food sources that I can think of off the top of my head. There's a powder something powder. What is it? Something powder, not garlic powder, but it's a food. And this food garlic powders. No, this food powder something. That's fine. It's natural. 10% of it is going to be from the product of whatever vitamin is. The rest of it is going to be natural food, which is fine. If it says 100% plant-based, then you're good. If it says 100% animal-based, it's good. But it has to list the ingredients under that. It can't just say 100% animal-based and they don't give you the vanilla extract or the cherry extract or the celery seed extract.
Wait a minute. What is 100% animal based? What's animal based?
It's animals.
So why would I want to put animals in my?
Well, that's what natural means. Natural could be plant-based, it could be animal-based. I would stick with the plant-based because who knows what you get with the animal-based.
Little pig, little catfish,
So just because you get a bottle of vitamins and it says natural on it and it says vitamin A stuck on it, that does not mean that it's natural. And there are telltale signs. We've already went through what to look for on specific items and what to look for in all items. There's a food source list that has to be on the product label. It has to be. Yes?
Do you have anything for vitamin C, like things we should avoid inside of
I just said that. Vitamin C. Vitamin C was absorbic acid. Of course, if it's folic acid or chlorine acid or chloride bitrate, if it has DL dash, it's or D dash, synthetic, yes.
So what about with the vitamins and they'll say, oh, this vitamin, like vitamin D or something, and they'll say the medical name or whatever name for it is whatever. That's the synthetic part of it? Because they say like a whole different name. Like for vitamin C, they'll say absorbic acid, but it's
Right, but if it says vitamin C absorbic acid, then it's synthetic.
Okay.
Period.
So,
It doesn't matter if they say this is whatever derived from whatever. I don't know what that is. But no, if this says absorbic acid, it is synthetic. And there's another way you can tell if it has salt in it. It's absorbic acid. And a lot of synthetics use salt. We'll get to that in a moment. So when it comes to food source, what's a food source is yeast. That's a food source. That's good when it comes to, because I kind of gleaned over the animal base, but if it says yeast, you're good. If it says vegetable, that's a food source. You're good. Citrus, you're good. So those are the food sources. If it's meat, chances are it's not good. And first of all, chances are it's not even a vitamin. But when it comes to 100% animal-based, yeast, vegetable, fish, and I know vegetables are not an animal, but I'm sorry. When it comes to 100% animal, yeast, fish, yeast or fish. If it has yeast or fish, yes. Plant-based, it's vegetables or citrus. That's what I meant to say. Now, if the product label does not contain a list of any natural food, it's synthetic. So I mentioned salt. Salt is an added synthetic because what salt does is it keeps the vitamin stable. So therefore, when it goes from Dr. Wickett's lab to Walmart, it's stable. You go and purchase it, it's stable. That's what salt does. So when it comes to salt, what you want to do is you want to look out for any name that ends in IDE. Anything that ends with IDE, it's salt. Anything that ends with ATE, it's salt. It doesn't matter. They can say 100% natural, but you look at it and you see gluconate, that's salt. It's not. It's synthetic. nitrate, hydrochloride, succinate, acetate,
They're just making up.
bitartarate,
Yeah, they're making up stuff.
chloride, anything that starts with, that ends with ATE or IDE, it is salt. And if it's salt, it's synthetic. So we got to learn how to read the labels of the products. Look for keywords when it comes to synthetics. Anytime that you buy a vitamin and it has DL on it, whether it's DL on the front or when you turn it to the back, it has the serving size, and then it has little in the corner, DL, or it has a D in a corner. It's synthetic. That's their way of telling, that's their way of passing through the FDA, because they have to identify it. They're not going to say synthetic vitamin on it. So what do? FDA says you got to put it somewhere. You got to announce it somewhere. That's where the DL comes in, or the letter D. And it's interesting because it's in lowercase letters. So if you're not really subservient on looking on vitamins and looking and seeing what stuff says, it's right there on the label. Let's get to some unknown vitamins. We all know vitamin. We're going to talk vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E. We're going to talk those vitamins later. Let's talk about vitamin G. Vitamin G. Vitamin G is the ultimate antioxidant. And vitamin G is sometimes called vitamin B2.
What's that?
You get vitamin G from sunshine, just like you do from vitamin D. You can also get vitamin G from certain foods. Vitamin G lowers your blood pressure. It improves your immune system. Vitamin G gives you more sleep. Vitamin G reduces depression. It reduces anxiety. Vitamin G actually reduces you from being addicted to things. And vitamin G also stops a person from committing suicide. What are the foods in vitamin G? Whole grains, mushrooms, liver, spinach, romaine lettuce. One of my favorites, asparagus, broccoli. Vitamin G is good in mustard and collard and turnip greens. And deer. Deer. Ooh, meat. Venison. Prevalent in vitamin G. Right? Let's go to the next vitamin, vitamin H. vitamin H. Also, what vitamin H is biotin.
Mm.
When it says biotin on the label and it only says biotin, not D-biotin, then that is vitamin H. It's also called biotin. What does vitamin H do? Vitamin H, it builds up the enzymes in your body to create energy. Vitamin H helps with the development of your tissues. If you don't have enough vitamin H, it can cause skin problems, nerve problems, and eye disorders if you don't have enough vitamin H. And what foods have vitamin H in it? Well, you got your almonds. You have your avocados, mushrooms, eggs, and peanut butter. Vitamin H also does, if you are vitamin H deficiency, especially with men, it's because you cannot grow hair at the top. You're vitamin H deficient.
Well, some people are scared to eat peanut butter.
Well, they're going to be vitamin H deficient.
And they're going to be bald head. They ain't got no hand top. Things on my head. I'm going to look this way. I'm going to look that way. I'm going to look this way.
All right. So when it comes to vitamin G and vitamin H, they're part of the complex of the vitamin Bs. When it comes to vitamin G and vitamin H, let's talk vitamin J.
No.
Now, vitamin J, just as the doctor was saying in the video, it's very important. Very important. Having vitamin J is a very good thing. Vitamin J, it assists your body with the production of compounds, and it assists your body with metabolizing your food. So when you eat your food, because you have a high concentration of vitamin J in your body, your food digests the way it should, and it's distributed. When you eat good food, it's distributed through your body the correct way. How to boost your vitamin J intake? Berries, fish.
Like blueberries, stuff like that.
Right. Blueberries, blackberries, raspberries.
So ain't nobody here deficiency in vitamin J. And we just eat your blueberries.
Right.
Because we always have blueberries.
Right. That'll boost your vitamin J. That'll help your digestive system. That'll help your metabolism. Vitamin M.
I have a question.
Yes?
Does it matter for fish?
Well, I didn't hear.
Does it matter for fish?
As long as it's clean. When it comes to fish, I don't know. Salmon, mackerel, flounder, those type of fish. I think those will probably be beneficial. All right, vitamin M. What vitamin does is that it boosts your white blood count. your white blood cells. Vitamin M assists with your white blood cells, and it makes your white blood cells strong so it can take out invaders in your body. So like steroids to a bodybuilder, vitamin E is the steroid to your white blood cells. It makes the white blood cells fight the bad bacteria twice as much. Right, so this is vitamin M. What foods are in vitamin M? Cheese, yogurt, beans. Full of vitamin E. I'm sorry, vitamin M. Chickpeas, vitamin M. Kale, vitamin M. Spinach and broccoli, vitamin M. Also parsley, vitamin M.
They won't buy it. Every time we in the store, they always get cilantro. They won't get parsley.
Next time, get parsley, or else don't come back. Yeah.
You can't eat too much coriander.
You're welcome.
Raw parsley is very healthy for
Yes, raw parsley is very healthy. And it's full of vitamin M, which we just found out. Vitamin O. Now, here's the thing with vitamin O. With vitamin O, it's used for increased energy. But vitamin O is only liquid. And what is it? It's liquid oxygen. That's what vitamin O is.
Oh, no, she said air.
Where you get it from? You can actually buy it.
It ain't real.
I don't know if it's real or not.
I actually try it if I need some.
But what it does, it treats yeast infections. It eliminates toxins in your body, poisons from the body. It takes out the poisons from your body. If you're dealing with mouth sores, vitamin O takes care of the mouth sores. It eliminates bacteria and fungus. It's liquid form of oxygen that they use in the hospitals.
It's transformed into a gas.
Yep.
Oxygen exists in 3 different states: solid, gas, and
Liquid oxygen, I'm sorry, vitamin O is basically water with minerals in it. Liquid oxygen is good for people who need a flow, that they need those breathing things. So that's what they're doing. That's liquid oxygen. Vitamin O. Oxygen therapy is used with vitamin O. Vitamin Q. Now, vitamin Q is an antioxidant, and vitamin Q actually puts the oxygen in your cells. Vitamin Q regulates your heart. It regulates the body. It puts oxygen in your heart. It puts oxygen in your liver. It puts oxygen in your pancreas. It puts oxygen in your kidneys. Vitamin Q is good for skin, the elastic of your skin, and it also strengthens your tongue. Vitamin Q deficiency, white tongue. Or maybe you're eating something that turns your tongue white. But if you haven't been eating anything and you're deficient vitamin Q, your tongue starts to get white. Vitamin T. Vitamin T helps with white blood cells in the body. And vitamin T also makes the blood coagulate and clot when there's injury. Vitamin T are egg yolks are loaded with vitamin T. Sesame seeds are loaded with vitamin T. But vitamin T gives oxygen to the white blood cells in your body.
Well, what give oxygen to your red blood cells in your body?
I don't know. I'm sure it's something.
You said vitamin Q puts oxygen into your cells.
Vitamin Q puts oxygen in your cells, right? All right, what else is in vitamin T? Leafy green vegetables, papaya, raisins, apricots, all of them are loaded with vitamin T. Pumpkin seeds, loaded with vitamin T. So those are the vitamins that are not really known, but they're there. They're out there. Now it's better to get with vitamins. It's better to get it naturally. Basically, eating the foods that have the vitamins. That's the best way to get the minerals and vitamins that you need. Go out in the sun for vitamin D. That's the best way. Right? Let's hear about vitamin D deficiency.
Talk about another very important, huge causative factor in creating a vitamin D deficiency. There are over 1 billion people on this planet that just don't have enough vitamin D. And there's many reasons for this, whether you don't have enough sun, you don't go outside as much, you're sitting in front of a screen all the time. And the problem with getting your vitamin D just from foods, it's almost impossible because the food just doesn't have enough vitamin D. And then you have other conditions like insulin resistance, which blocks the absorption of vitamin D. Consuming a lot of sugar and refined carbs can actually deplete vitamin D. But there's something else going on that is very important, and I want you to know about it. So vitamin D can only work if it connects to a receptor, okay? So there's something called the vitamin D receptor, VDR. And most people think about vitamin D regulating calcium, which it does, and supporting bone health, which it does. But this is a very small part of what vitamin D really does. Because in the nucleus of your cell, you have a vitamin D receptor that is responsible for 229 genes. So this receptor has the ability to create a lot of different effects. So a really big function of vitamin D is immune modulation, basically meaning that it can control your immune system to a great extent. Now, if I were a pathogen and I wanted to survive, what I would do as a strategy is I would interfere with this little receptor right here. Because if I could, what would happen is the defenses of the immune system would go down, and then I can actually overtake it and actually survive. And that just happens to be one of the primary strategies that pathogens, those are microbes that cause pathology or disease. Now, this strategy is called successive infection, meaning it slows down the immune system, okay? Check this out. Here are a few microbes that interfere with the vitamin D receptor. Knockout. TB, huge, okay? Lyme, Borrelia burgdorferi, by 50 times. So it has the capacity to shut down that receptor for vitamin D by 50x. Incredible. Syphilis will do it. Leprosy will do it. Epstein-Barr virus will do it by 10%. And by the way, 90% of the population has Epstein-Barr virus. HIV will do it as well. So this is the strategy of many microbes to take over and hijack your cells. So the question is your vitamin D deficiency coming from the microbe shutting it down, or do you have a deficiency of vitamin D decreasing your susceptibility to acquiring this microbe, which allows for these microbes to invade? So number one, if you have an infection, you should be taking vitamin D. And I'm not saying that's going to cure you, but it's definitely good for the short term to actually at least give you the more help with your immune system. And you may need to take larger amounts because the ability for the receptor to absorb is downgraded. And I just wanted to increase your awareness of another reason why your vitamin D could be lower. And check out these other videos I have on vitamin D. They're quite fascinating.
Vitamin D. We know vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin K, vitamin B with the complex vitamin Bs. So we're gonna go over those briefly. So vitamins and minerals they're needed in your body. You need vitamins in your body. Our bodies do not create vitamins. Your body just doesn't do it. So you need outside source, i.e. food, to create vitamins in your body. Vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K, the B vitamins, thiamine with vitamin B, vitamin B2, niacin, vitamin B12, the biotin. So you need these type of vitamins in your body to do what vitamins do. Minerals. You need minerals in your body because you are a mineral. You need calcium. You need phosphorus. You need potassium. You need sodium. You need chloride. You need magnesium, iron, zinc, iodine. You need sulfur. You need cobalt. You need copper. You need fluoride in your body, magnesium, selenium. You need those things. Those are elements. Those are minerals that you have to have in your body. You need those in order to function.
I thought fluoride was bad for the body.
Fluoride is in your body automatically. Excess fluoride is what's bad. Everyone in here, we all have fluoride in our body. And it doesn't come from the toothpaste. It's a material. It's in your body. You're 1/20th part fluoride. But when you put too much fluoride in your body, or when you're ingesting too much fluoride, that's a problem. Like I said, you need to eat the natural foods to get the vitamins in the first place. Eat the natural foods first, then use the pill second. That's what you should do. For women who are expecting, if you want the vitamins, eat the food. You're eating anyway. Might as well eat the food.
Yes, they are.
Vitamin A. Let's talk vitamin A. Vitamin A is a fat-soluble vitamin, and it's necessary for your immune system. It's necessary for seeing and cell growth. It's an antioxidant. Remember that word from the oils? It's an antioxidant, and it helps repair damage to your body. What foods are in vitamin A? Well, you got your cheese. Ladies like cheese, right? Eggs.
Cheese eggs.
Cheese eggs. See that?
Mm-hmm.
You got two sources of vitamin A. Fish. I love fish. Don't get it enough. Sweet potatoes. Not French fried sweet potatoes. Those are gross. Carrots. Papaya, broccoli. Yes, I love broccoli. Avocado, different peppers. Your bell pepper, your yellow pepper, your red pepper, different peppers. And pumpkin. Not pumpkin pie, fatty. Pumpkin. Like, ooh, pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin spice what?
No, pumpkin pie.
I was like,
Which one of y'all still out eating pumpkin
Great.
pie instead of sweet potato pie?
All right, so let's see vitamin A deficiency. So let's hear it.
Hey guys, in this video I want to talk about vitamin A, okay? There's some real interesting things about vitamin A. It's a fat-soluble vitamin. What does that mean? You have water-soluble vitamins and you have fat-soluble vitamins. Fat-soluble vitamins have the ability to travel through fat, to be stored in fat longer. It has the ability to go through cell walls because the layer around cells are fat lipid layers or fat layers. These vitamin A fat-soluble vitamins can go right through the cell where water-soluble vitamins cannot. So they can affect the deep parts of the cell, the DNA, the alteration of the DNA. And that's why vitamin A deficiencies can really affect what your skin turns into, okay, at the genetic level. So you can have a lot of little flaking things on your skin, little white little dots on the skin, on the hair follicles. You can have little skin flakes on the scalp. You can have acne, different types of acne, cystic acne, acne on your back. It can create a lot of problems with your vision as well because vitamin A is necessary for your eye. So if you can't see at night, when you're driving at night and it's hard to see, that's vitamin A deficiency, okay? Also, lubrication of the eye and the mouth and anything, any glandular secretion. It's like if you don't have enough of that lubrication, that's a vitamin A deficiency. Also infections, sinus infections, ear infections, lung infections, all can be triggered by a low vitamin A level. So it has a lot to do with your immune system. So vitamin A gives support to the eye, to the skin, to the immune system, to the inner skin too, around your, inside your nasal passages. So if you have, let's say, sleep apnea or anything that's going on with the inner skin in your throat, that could be vitamin A deficiency, okay? Now, here's what people don't realize. Vitamin A is in cod liver oil, it's in liver, it's in butter, it's in eggs, especially the yolk. It's in cheese, okay? That's the active form of vitamin A called retinol. Now, it's true that kale, spinach, carrots, sweet potato, and greens also have vitamin A, and they have a lot of vitamin A. But here's what people don't realize. This is a pre-vitamin A. So anything vegetable has a pre-vitamin A. It's not an active form. It's not retinol. It has to be converted into an active form. That conversion only takes place at certain parts of your body and in only certain percentages. So if you're lucky, you might get between 4 to 6% conversions. So if you're consuming 100 milligrams, let's say, of vitamin A from kale, you're only getting 4 to 6% of that. Okay, so just because you're eating kale doesn't mean you're going to get enough vitamin A, especially if you're not consuming these products. So that's just some interesting information. Okay, so now here's the next question. What causes a vitamin A deficiency? Now, it could be you're not consuming enough of these, or maybe say you're not converting these right here. But more likely, you probably are consuming enough vitamin A. But the deficiency comes from the ability to convert, and that has to do with your gut. If your digestive system is damaged, or you have a history of taking antibiotics, or you have leaky gut, or some type of digestive issue, chances are you can't convert this, so everything's going to dry out. Your hair's going to dry out, your skin's going to dry, eyes dry, so you'll start manifesting vitamin A deficiencies. The other cause of vitamin A deficiency is a lack of bile, B-I-L-E, from the gallbladder. Why? Because the gallbladder helps you break down fats and breaks down the fat-soluble vitamins so your body can start utilizing them. So if you don't have a gallbladder, that means you probably don't have enough bile to absorb vitamin A. You might have to take some bile as a supplement, okay? So let's say you get, you just have a congested liver. And the symptoms of that would be bloating, burping, belching, right shoulder pain, constipation. Those are indications that you don't have enough bile, okay? It could be because your stomach is not acid enough. So you have heartburn. Well, that means you don't have enough acid. Because in order for you to release your own bile, you need a very strong stomach. So it could be that the stomach is not releasing the bile to help you absorb vitamin A. So again, I just want to give you that background in case you're taking vitamin A, it's not working because you probably can't absorb it. All right? So I hope that gave you some data about vitamin A. Post your comments below, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys,
All right, vitamin A. Like I said, meat, liver, cod liver oil. No, it doesn't taste good, but cod liver oil has a lot of benefits to it.
I'll take carrots.
Another compound for vitamin A is beta carotene. Now, you have to be mindful of beta carotene because what happens is that if you take too much, if you eat too much beta carotene, i.e. cantaloupes, carrots, apricots, then your hands will start to turn orange, meaning that you have a high level of beta carotene and not that much vitamin A. That's not a good thing to have your hands turn orange from high concentrations of beta carotene. Orange fruits, vegetables, mangoes, sweet potatoes, apricots, all of that is vitamin. It's in vitamin A, but it's the beta carotene that converts. It's the beta carotene that's in the vitamin A that converts. That converts it. If it's not converting it, your extremities become very bright orange. That's what happens. Kale, spinach, all of that. Beta carotene is very important when it comes to vitamin A and when it comes to your body. Now we're gonna go vitamin B1, thiamine. Vitamin B1 is required for your metabolism and for cell growth. It's also good for your brain. You're dumb? Vitamin B, no, not vitamin B1. You just need to think better. But fish is wonderful. My grandmama used to tell me all the time, fish is a brain food. And that's true. Fish is a brain food. You eat a lot of fish, chances are you don't have some deficiencies when it comes to vitamin B1. Whole grains is good when you eat the whole grains, gives you vitamin B1. Let's see about B1 deficiency.
Hey guys, today we're going to talk about vitamin B deficiency, okay? This is actually way more common than you might think. The problem is when you do testing on this, a lot of times it won't show up in the blood because the problem or the defect is in the enzyme that allows B1 to work. And just, if you wanted to get it tested, the enzyme you would get tested for would be transketolase, okay? It's just an enzyme that works with B1 in doing its function, okay? So, but the problem is trying to find a lab that will test it. It's quite difficult. But anyway, here's what B1 does generally. It does a lot of things, but it's involved in 5 different enzymes. It's a cofactor in 5 enzymes. Enzymes are the things that do the work in the body. They're the workhorse. It's involved in all sorts of body chemistry or chemical reactions, especially in the mitochondria, which is the energy factory. So B1 is essential to make those enzymes work. So if you're deficient in B1, the enzymes don't work, and you're going to get fatigue is probably the most common symptom. When you take vitamin B1, it seems to bring your energy right out most of the time. And instead of going out and getting a test, it's much cheaper just to take B1 and see if you feel better. Chances are you're going to feel better. So in the next section, I'll talk about where to get B1, how much to take. But in this section, I'm going to talk about how many different systems it's involved with. B1 deficiency is called beriberi. And it's known as the great mimicker of disease because it mimics so many other body situations. It's incredible. It's very widespread. I think probably if you are pre-diabetic, if you have insulin resistance, if you're a diabetic, you have a B1 deficiency. If you drink alcohol on a regular basis, you probably have a B1 deficiency. If you have a high carbohydrate diet, you probably have a B1 deficiency because that's how you develop a B1 deficiency. So you definitely need B1 when you actually digest carbohydrates. So too many refined carbs are going to deplete that. So it's involved in making energy. It's also involved in protecting the cell and the mitochondria against oxidation or free radicals. It's kind of considered an antioxidant. It also protects the cell against glycation, which is basically when you combine a sugar with a protein or a sugar with a fat, it develops like sticky protein. It also protects you against developing amyloid plaque in the brain. That's what you see in Alzheimer's. So it's kind of like a protein that clogs up the brain's neural function. There's an incredible book.
Combining a protein with sugar, it's like putting sauce on your chicken. That's combining a protein with a sugar, because excuse me, ranch dressing, blue cheese dressing, that has sugar in it. Put it on chicken, that's combining the protein with the sugar.
What you say?
Right? Ribs or barbecue,
All right, man.
you're putting sugar with the protein, and that's not good. Yes?
So vitamin B1 in deficiency, it can mimic a disease, or does it contribute to diseases?
No, it mimics.
Oh, so you could just be deficient from vitamin B1 and think that you're
They think you have something else.
Wow.
Right.
By Dr. Derek Longsdale, MD. I got the Kindle book. It was like $79, very expensive, well worth it. I could not stop reading it. Fascinating. Now, the first system I'm going to talk about is the cardiovascular and respiratory system. These are some of the symptoms that you can develop if you're B1 deficient. An enlarged heart, because the heart has to work harder. And then what happens is the heart gets bigger and bigger. Increased pulse rate, edema, usually in the lower ankles and things. So you press your lower ankle and you get this indentation. You see that a lot in diabetics. Microvascular damage. Your nerves need a blood supply. So if you're deficient in B1, you're going to starve the.
So when it comes to that, edema, the swelling of the feet, the swelling of the ankles, a lot of times that could be a sign of vitamin B1 deficiency. Okay? And that's what brings it on. Okay?
The food supply to the nervous system. That's why you.
And that messes with your heart. So that's very serious, because it messes with your heart. So you want to get that checked out. Vitamin B1.
Something called peripheral neuropathy, tingling, burning, and numbness and pain in your fingertips or the bottom of your feet. Okay, so now let's go to the digestive system. You'll feel a full sensation in your stomach, like you're always kind of stuffed. You can get constipated, gastroparesis. Now, what is that? That's a condition where your digestive system is very sluggish, food's going through very, very slow. GERD, which is kind of like the valve in the top of the stomach doesn't close and you get acid that comes up through this way. Now, these two conditions really come from low stomach acids, hydrochloric acid. And so vitamin B1 deficiency will create a situation where you have a lower HCl, hydrochloric acid, thereby causing a sluggishness in the digestive system and causing GERD because it takes an acid stomach to keep that valve closed. Okay? So you can see that it's just so widespread. It just goes way over here and it goes way over here. And then the nervous system, we talked about peripheral neuropathy, but just neuritis in general. Any type of nerve pain or nerve damage that's occurring, B1 is very intimately involved in that. Okay, vertigo, which is kind of a dizziness when you actually stand up too fast, or even when you're standing and you feel like you're on a ship. That could be coming from a B1 deficiency. And then it affects something called the autonomic nervous system. This is like the combination between the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. And these are the two systems that work on automatic. So they do a lot of different things. So you can imagine how many different symptoms can occur from a problem with it.
We kind of talked about this last week, I believe, about certain systems. Your body is on automatic. It automatically, your heart is one of it. It automatically beats up your stomach. Automatically has acid in there. So whenever food gets in the stomach, breaks down the food, distributes the minerals and the vitamins, and then the rest of it goes through the intestines and out through the chute. So we talked about the automated systems, which is a combination of different systems in the body, that different organs or different tissues that are in the body itself. Your eye, automatic, because your eye is automatic moving. Vitamin D deficiency makes it to where those things are working, but at a very slower pace. So it touches everything.
It's very widespread. Lack of tears, okay? Excessive sweating or no sweating, okay? A lot of people have that and they don't really know what it is, and it's hard to find the cause of that, but usually it's a B1 deficiency. Anxiety, especially nervous tension, can't relax, excessive thinking, brain fog, exercise intolerance. I mean, how many people have a resistance to exercise, right? They just don't feel like they have the energy to exercise. B1. Insomnia, you can't sleep. A condition called POTS. POTS is a condition where your ability to adapt to gravity and positional change is like completely ruined because the autonomic nervous system, especially the sympathetic nervous system, is dysfunctional. So when you stand up, the blood flow does not keep up into the brain, and you just get dizzy all the time. So you basically have to lay around all day. You can't quite get up and down without feeling dizzy. So these people absolutely, positively should never go on a roller coaster because that would really mess them up. But this is a B1 deficiency. Fascinating. Sleep apnea, because the nerves that are affected in the brainstem control the respiratory centers. So if those are not working because there's not enough B1, you can have problems breathing, and even just breathing in general is going to be a problem. Like you're going to feel like you can't get enough air. And that's for not just for this reason, there's a couple other ones we'll get to. Panic attacks, B1 deficiency. Nightmares at night, classic B1 deficiency. Lack of stamina, just, especially when you're exercising, you don't feel like you want to exercise because you just run out of gas real fast. Why? Because B1 is intimately involved in 5 enzymes in your mitochondria. So if those enzymes aren't working, your mitochondria is tired. And all the different autoimmune diseases usually have a common symptom of fatigue. That's usually the B1. So if you have Hashimoto's or MS and you're tired, take some B1 and see if you don't just feel a lot better. A buildup of lactic acid. See,
one thing he said is about autoimmune diseases. Autoimmune diseases, if you're diagnosed with a doctor, that's something different. But if you have the symptoms of an autoimmune disease, more than likely you are vitamin B1 deficient. Just because you got the symptoms of an autoimmune disease does not necessarily mean that you have the autoimmune disease. Because with B1 deficiencies, when it comes to, the main thing is energy. And like he said, with the mitochondria, which is the energy power packed cell of the body, if that is not working or it's feeling tired or it's not doing what it's supposed to do, then you're going to feel tired. So just because you feel tired a lot does not mean that you have like Hashimoto's or lupus or anything like that. There's other symptoms that have to happen in order for you to be diagnosed or in order for you to have an autoimmune disease, which you don't want. I think you'd rather be vitamin B1 deficient than to deal with that anymore.
B1 helps get rid of lactic acid, which is a byproduct of something in your metabolism in the mitochondria. So if you don't have B1, you can't clear it out. So you build up lactic acid. You get this condition called lactic acidosis. So you see that in restless leg syndrome. You see that too in people that have problems breathing. If you're a diabetic, for example, and you're taking metformin, one of the side effects is lactic acidosis. That's why they actually have a black label, which is a more severe label that it can cause this condition. Well, the reason why it causes that condition is because one of the side effects of metformin is a B1 deficiency. Make sense? So you can't get rid of the lactic acid, so it builds up, and you start becoming more acidic, and then you have breathing problems. Recurrent ear infections, interesting. You have a problem with excess estrogen. The worst type of estrogen you can have too much of is estradiol. So without enough B, you can't clear it out, because one of the functions of B1 is to get rid of excess estradiol from your liver. Okay, this next one, let me explain, is called ROS. I'm not going to get into exactly what it is, but just realize it's like a free radical oxidation particle, okay? And it's developed by your cells, and B1 helps to reduce that oxidation. Remember, it's an antioxidant. So you'll have greater amounts of ROS if you don't have enough B1. Now, when a woman is pregnant and she's delivering a baby, there's a condition called toxemia, which is very dangerous for the baby and the mother. The organs start becoming toxic, and the heart becomes a problem, the kidneys become an issue, high blood pressure, and even it's life-threatening as well. So B1 will help prevent toxemia. Okay, so the beta cells of the pancreas are affected. Those are the cells in the pancreas that basically make insulin. So without enough B1, you're not going to make enough insulin. If you're a type 1 diabetic, you need a lot of insulin, because diabetics, they can't really absorb B1 too well, so they have to take even more than the average healthy person. Okay, so stress buildup. So when you don't have enough B, you're going to be highly irritable, edgy. Little things will bug you. You won't have very much tolerance for stress. And a condition called SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. That's a B1 deficiency, because the infant just stops breathing in his or her sleep. It's a B1 because of the B1 effect of the respiratory centers. Okay, so let's go to the next part. Okay, so now why would you be deficient, okay? Mainly sugar, refined sugar, empty calories. If you take two diabetics, okay, and they're both consuming sugar, and one is deficient in B1, but the other one is not, this diabetic will experience a lot of the complications of diabetes. This one will experience a lot less. So B1 helps prevent the damage, or at least the complications or the symptoms from high sugar, okay? Carbs in general, because the more carbs you consume, the more B1 you need to metabolize those carbs. White rice, and this is a carb, but I want to put this there because it's really how they discovered beriberi, white rice, and all the B vitamins are on the hull, okay? So when you actually take the hull out, so brown rice has the hull, so they take it out, and then you have this just pure carbohydrate white rice, and then you consume that, and you create a vitamin B1 deficiency. That's why if you actually consume rice hulls, you would get B1 from that. But this is the waste product of the white rice. Alcohol, that depletes B1 big time. Also heat, like in pasteurization or cooking food, you're going to destroy B1. Aging, the older you are, the lower B1 you're going to have. All right, diabetes, okay? So diabetics are nearly always deficient in B1. That's because B1 is intimately involved in the cell that makes insulin, okay? So if we have a problem with that, then we're going to actually have a deficiency. Something called polyphenols, that would be coffee, tea, and wine. So if you consume a lot of coffee or tea, don't be surprised if you end up with a B1 deficiency. Especially if you get that jittery, if you drink a lot of coffee and you feel that jittery, that feeling, you just take some B1, it goes away within about 4 minutes. Okay, gastric bypass. You're going to have a deficiency of B1 simply because they're taking out the first part of the small intestine. Well, guess where B1 is absorbed? The first part of the small intestine. If you had a gastric bypass, I would recommend taking more B1 to somehow get it absorbed. Okay, sulfites can create also a B1 deficiency and also raw fish. If you have liver damage, you're not going to be able to absorb the B1 as well. Antacids and antibiotics also deplete vitamin B1. Caffeine will deplete it. And if you don't have enough stomach acid, you also will not be able to absorb B1. But it also takes B1 to actually help you make stomach acid. So it's kind of like it goes back and forth. Vaccinations can trigger a B1 deficiency and give the person POTS, okay? There's a certain vaccine, I'm not going to get into it too much, but you can look it up. You'll find a lot of data on it, but vaccinations will deplete your B1. Now, the foods that are high in B1 would be liver, yeast, both baker's yeast and nutritional yeast. I like the nutritional yeast a little bit better because the taste of baker's yeast is not that great, and also it's hard to find the quality. Now, as far as the source of B1, I like the nutritional yeast, unfortified. I'm not opposed to you taking B1 by itself, even if it's synthetic, as long as you take either a natural source of B vitamins with it, or if you just take nutritional yeast with it, because anytime you take like one single vitamin over a long period of time, it could deplete or throw out of balance the other factors, because vitamin B is a complex. It has a lot of different vitamins. Pork is high in B1. Eggs, fish, sunflower seeds, rice hulls, squash, asparagus, and seafood, okay? And again, if you wanted to know the test that will determine if you're a B1 deficiency, transcubulase, okay? That's the name of it. It's hard to find a lab that will do that on you. Tender calves, that's a good way to pick it up. If you reach down and you grab your calf and it's real tender, you could have a B1 deficiency. And increased effort to exercise. So it really takes a tremendous amount of effort to start exercise. So you just don't have that get up and go mojo, okay? And then take some B1. And then if you feel better and all of a sudden now you can exercise, then you're good to go. Personally, when I exercise, I take B1. I might take like 100 milligrams, but then I'll take some nutritional yeast at the same time, and I'll go exercise on my bike. And I notice when I take the B1, I can go a lot further. In fact, I probably can double the workout, and I just feel like my body just has to exercise. It's very interesting. And that's basically kicking in that mitochondria, benfotiamine, okay? That's a fat-soluble version of B1. It is synthetic. However, there hasn't been any side effects known when they study this. So I think this is totally fine. But again, make sure you take your nutritional yeast with it just to make sure you have the whole balance. But benfotiamine is really important with people that have nerve problems or Alzheimer's or any Parkinson's or any type of damage to the brain with memory, because it innervates the brain 25 times more than the regular B1 that you would get that's water soluble, because what they did is they made B1 into a fat soluble, so it penetrates the brain, which is all fat, and the nerves, so it's great for peripheral neuropathy. So if you were going to take benfotiamine, I would just take 4 tablets, or I think they come in capsules, just through the day, and you're probably going to see some great results, especially if someone has Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or memory problems. You can see some great improvement or peripheral neuropathy. All right, I know it's a very long video, but I wanted to give you all the aspects of B1. It's a very vital vitamin. Thanks for watching.
It is very important. B1 touches a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. Breakfast cereals fortified with B1. Women who are pregnant or breastfeeding, you require larger amounts of B1. So you have to either eat the foods that have the B1 or find a natural 100% B1 vitamin. People who have certain conditions like diabetes or alcohol dependency, low levels of B1. Bariatric surgery, like he said in the video, B1 deficiency. weight loss, memory loss, that could be a problem with B1, muscle weakness, B1 deficiencies.
You need a whole lot of people.
You eat the bread, you eat eggs, cereals, lean meat, potatoes, flax seeds, milk that has B1 in it. We're going to talk something about milk later, I believe. All right, that was vitamin B1. Now let's go to vitamin B2. Vitamin B2 is a vitamin that is needed for the body to produce energy. It's also used to metabolize fats in your body. This vitamin is yellow, so it's found in organ meats, which is your liver, eggs, milk, beans, cheese, carrots, papaya. So let's learn vitamin B2 deficiency.
Hey guys, Dr. Burke here. I wanted to talk about vitamin B2 deficiencies. It's a very interesting vitamin, riboflavin. All right. So look at all the things that it can create: painful red tongue, chapped lips, cracked heels in the bottom of your heels. You know, people put tons of lotion, but that's really a B2 deficiency. Even the cracks in the corners of the mouth are a B2 deficiency right there. Also, oily skin around the little part of your nose, right through here where the indentation is, that's a B2 deficiency. Bloodshot eyes, irritation to light, watery eyes, itchy eyes, that's a B2 deficiency. High histamines, that could be anything with like itis or like inflammation or all the type of dermatitis, inflammation of the skin, of the joints, of the eyes. That's a B2 deficiency. Sinuses, sneezing, things like that. Also, migraine headaches. That is a B2 deficiency in some cases. Myopia, that means you can't see very, very far. I did a video on how to correct the vision seeing close up, but it could be, if you can't see far away, that could be a B2 deficiency. Anal fissures, okay? So your private parts, that could be very painful. So the question is, how do you become deficient in B2, right? Well, mainly B2 is in a lot of foods, but it's usually coming because the person's consuming too many grains or flour products, and the breads, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, waffles, pancakes, things like that. Because if you look at the flour that they use to make that, it's always, well, not always, sometimes it's enriched with synthetic vitamins, including synthetic B2. That's not the kind that you need. So you just really have to cut out the refined wheat products and other grains. And it doesn't matter if it's gluten-free or not, you just need to avoid it. It's just not good for you. The other thing you could do to supplement it, it's in nutritional yeast. Not brewer's yeast, not baker's yeast, brewer's yeast. Take some of that, 1 teaspoon a day. That will give you B2 as well. So those are some tips on vitamin B2. And write your comments below. And go ahead and subscribe to my channel. And I will see you in the next video.
All right, vitamin B2. People who are vegetarian or vegans. Vitamin B2 deficiency. Yes.
Okay, I have a question. You know how at the beginning of the video he said vitamin B2 and then he said like, I guess like a scientific name for it?
Yeah.
So it's riboflavin. So if we buy this, the B2, and it says the riboflavin, that's an indicator though that it's the synthetic. Okay.
Right. Remember, his thing is that you can take the synthetics, but you have to be mindful of the synthetic. But
you said to take the something yeast.
You said
nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast. Because also we listened to a video earlier where he came against the synthetic vitamins. All right, niacin or vitamin B3. What that does is it converts food to energy and it stores it. It also, with vitamin B3 or niacin, it strengthens your nerve, and it's wonderful for nerve function. It helps the skin, and it also regulates your digestive system. So the foods that are rich in niacin would be avocados, broccoli, tomatoes, asparagus, pumpkin seeds, spinach, sweet potatoes, and carrots and almonds. So, vegetables. You eat your vegetables and fruits, you're going to get pretty much every vitamin that there is. All right, let's see about vitamin. Also, tuna. Tuna is high in niacin. Vitamin B3 deficiency.
Talk about niacin, vitamin B3, and schizophrenia. Now, there's some fascinating information on this topic. Schizophrenia is a combination of having hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, mixed with feeling disconnected, loss of interest in life, and feeling emotionless, which basically is you're apathetic. Now, the medical theory of what causes schizophrenia is you have dopamine excess. And so you're given certain drugs to help regulate that. The problem with those drugs is it has certain side effects that cause metabolic syndrome and insulin resistance, which has been shown to worsen these symptoms because of what it does to the brain. So as a side note, there's some great data, I'll put some links down below, of how ketones, going on a ketogenic diet, can help reduce those symptoms, but that's not part of this video, it's a side note. However, there was a doctor named Dr. Abraham Hoffer some years ago who had a different theory. And that theory was called the adrenochrome theory. Adrenochrome is basically the byproducts of adrenaline. And in his research, he found that the chemical structure of adrenaline was very similar to LSD. And so it had certain types of effects on the brain if it was in higher amounts. So his whole theory was that schizophrenia comes from excessive amounts of adrenochrome in the brain, which is toxic. Now, normally you're supposed to have an enzyme that clears that chemical out. And people with schizophrenia have a defect with this enzyme. So he found that.
So you hear what he said? That would make sense with schizophrenia. On the chemical side of it. Great.
By taking large doses of B3, about 3,000 to 18,000 micrograms per day. And I'm talking about straight niacin. I'm not talking about the time-release niacin, the one that doesn't give you the flush. There's more side effects with that one rather than just take straight B3 niacin. But anyway, he found that by taking large doses of niacin, you can prevent the conversion of the precursor for adrenaline called noradrenaline, thereby making less adrenaline. So it will help clear out adrenaline. It helps you produce less adrenaline, which can be toxic to the brain, especially if you have a defect to this enzyme. But also B3 will reduce liver toxicity. It will help reduce oxidative stress in your mitochondria, as well as help your DNA repair. There were several double-blinded studies that were done. One of the studies showed a 79.5% improvement in symptoms. Now, he died some years ago, but recently there were some other additional studies that were done to show improvements with schizophrenia using high doses of not just B3, but other B vitamins as well. I'll put that research down below. Oh, if you have a question about a problem.
Right, niacin. B3 or niacin. If it says B3 or niacin, it's fine. Niacin is B3. So niacin is found in milk, eggs, rice, peanut butter, peanuts, beans, cereals, and the symptoms of vitamin B3 deficiency, which he did not mention, is pellagra. Pellagra is a condition which can be like dementia, forgetfulness problems, or digestive problems, or dermatitis, which is on the skin, bad dermatitis. Niacin flush. What is niacin flush? Because I think there is two types of vitamin B. There's the vitamin B with the niacin, and then there's another one that has niacin in it, but gives you the flush, which he'll explain what the flush is.
A question from someone that wanted to know, is the niacin flush harmful or dangerous? Well, the answer is no, it is not harmful or dangerous. What's happening, you're getting this massive relaxation of the muscles inside your blood vessels. It's called vasodilation. And that's occurring because niacin increases something called prostaglandins. Now, what is a prostaglandin? It's a lipid or fat compound that has a hormone effect. And prostaglandins increase vasodilation. They help reduce blood pressure. It helps blood clotting. It's also involved in headaches and fever. This is why when you take an aspirin, which blocks prostaglandins, and it can reduce a fever. So that's really what's happening when you're getting this flushing red response. Some people don't like it. They think it's going to damage something. Some people like it. I actually like it myself. I like that flushing response, but it's not dangerous at all. The thing you need to know about niacin is that therapeutically it's been used over 50 years, and it is the most effective natural agent for increasing your HDL, the good cholesterol, by 20 to 40%. It also can decrease the LDL, specifically the small, dense type, the damaging LDL, and it can have the potential to decrease your triglycerides. Now, of course, if you did the ketogenic diet and you did intermittent fasting, that would help your cholesterol greatly. But if you're concerned about cholesterol, you should be on niacin for sure. But you would have to take higher amounts of it, 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams a day. Now, if you take the type of niacin that is non-flushing, it doesn't have those cholesterol-lowering benefits. Now, the other thing that niacin has been proven beneficial for is by reducing schizophrenia. There's some great data on this. I'm going to put some links down below. But niacin has many other benefits, but these are two big benefits. If you haven't seen my other videos on niacin, I'm going to put them up right here. Check them out.
So, niacin helps with schizophrenia instead of clozapine, which is not good with schizophrenia, because what clozapine does is that it reduces the white blood cells that are in your body. Clozapine is what is used for treatment for people who have bad schizophrenia. Clozapine messes with the blood so bad that it can, when your white blood cells are low, that's death. It could be death. So that's why niacin for schizophrenia patients would be fine. Also, of course, we already know that the deliverance needs to happen. Get rid of the evil spirits.
Because what is the spirit doing in there? With schizophrenia in your mind, it's a spirit in the head, seducing spirit in the head, which is causing that deficiency. Demons are causing the deficiency in your body, which in turn causes the sicknesses and the diseases.
Right. So we understand that the demons are causing it. The vitamins and everything, because you're deficient in it, would help also. Yeah. Shia made the vitamins out of the food. So the vitamins help us in our fight against Satan.
And the thing about it, I noticed when you all start sinning a lot, start doing things, I have noticed that people start complaining about headaches first.
Mm-hmm.
Start having headaches. And then next thing you know, they start just doing crazy stuff. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So be mindful of how you act. When you get headaches and stuff, be mindful of how your behavior is.
Right. So the only thing with vitamin B3 or niacin is that if you are taking vitamin B3 or niacin, do not take it with anything that is hot, because that will trigger the flushing that he was talking about. It'll make it even worse.
Is you gonna? I took some. What did I? Why did I take it?
Niacin?
Yeah, I think
forgot.
it was
It was,
for the neuropathy,
yeah.
peripheral neuropathy. I took the vitamin niacin,
Mm-hmm.
vitamin B1, B2, B6, all
Yeah.
that for my nerves. And when I got to that, I would turn beet red,
Right.
and I would just start itching
Mm-hmm.
all over.
Right. That's the flushing.
Ooh. I mean, afterwards, you like, whew, you feel good.
Right.
But before, while you going through it,
And that flushing lasts for what, like 5-10 minutes?
you know, I itched for almost 30 minutes.
You were a severe case of it.
Yeah, it was mainly like on my legs would itch a lot.
Yeah.
I had a brush, which was not good.
But niacin is important.
You ever taken
All right, let's go to B5.
Let's talk about vitamin B5, pantothenic acid, your adrenals, and the quality of your sleep. The first thing you need to know is that vitamin B5 is essential for the production or synthesis of acetylcholine, which is good for your focus and memory. It's also essential for making the cortisol hormone. This is the stress hormone. It's also essential for making epinephrine, that's adrenaline, another adrenal hormone, serotonin, and melatonin. So as you can see, it's very important in creating the stress hormones, as well as the hormones involving sleep, as well as the hormones involving your mood. B5 can directly support the cell that controls the circadian rhythms. Okay, that's the central clock in your brain that helps you keep your circadian waves in check. And this clock is called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. So B5 is necessary to support that clock. And by the way, you not only have this central clock in your brain, you have other clocks in virtually every single cell in your body. They're called peripheral clocks, and they're all linked up with your major clock in your brain. And so this way, when you're asleep, you have the rest of the body also asleep. So you're not having things like restless leg syndrome as you're trying to sleep or other conditions. And so if you're low or deficient in vitamin B5, these are the symptoms that you can experience. Number one, irritability. Number two, fatigue, apathy, numbness in the hands and the feet, muscle cramps, especially at night, restlessness, okay, that's going to affect your sleep, as well as sleep disturbances in general. And so when you take vitamin B5, it actually helps to regulate cortisol. Well, let's take a look at how cortisol is produced. You have the hypothalamus, okay, in your brain, that's like the master gland, and then you have the middle man, which is the pituitary, okay. A lot of times people call the pituitary the master gland, but really it's the middleman, the via between the master gland and the actual gland that it's going to. And so we have the hypothalamus, pituitary, and the adrenals, okay. So we have various hormone communications throughout this pathway. And so the whole goal is that the environment, like stress, for example, activate certain hormones in your brain through your receptors that signal down to the pituitary and the adrenal to release its hormones to adapt the body to stress. Now, if you're trying to sleep at night and you're trying to adapt the body to stress, you're not going to sleep. And so when cortisol is produced, it sends also a signal back up to the pituitary and the hypothalamus, letting those two glands know that that function was carried out. And so this negative feedback turns off the pituitary and the hypothalamus, so that hormone doesn't have to keep being generated, okay? Now, the important thing to note is that vitamin B5 makes the hormone from the pituitary, called ACTH, more sensitive. Now, what does that mean, more sensitive? What that means, it just makes that hormone work better and more complete. So when the cortisol is produced and it comes back around to turn off this pituitary, it's able to turn it off. And so vitamin B5 helps this communication pathway to help regulate cortisol. And also B5 is needed to make cortisol, which then allows cortisol to come around and turn off the switch as well. So when you think about B5, think about a vitamin that helps to regulate the amount of cortisol you need. So it's not too high and not too low. When you're trying to sleep on top of high cortisol, you're not going to be able to sleep, okay? Especially the second half of the sleep where you have the REM, which is the superficial type sleep. You're just not going to get a quality of sleep. You're going to get up usually around 2:30, 3 o'clock. And so you can take pantothenic acid as a supplement, but there's another version of pantothenic acid that might be more powerful. And this is called pantothene, which is kind of like the active form of B5. So pantothenic acid has to convert into this active form called pantothene. And so some people have a problem with vitamin B5 because they can't make this conversion. And for those people, they definitely need the pantothene version of this vitamin. And so if you have adrenal problems or sleep problems, you may want to add between 500 and 1,000 milligrams of vitamin B5 to help you with lowering your cortisol so you can get a better sleep. Now, if you haven't seen my recent video on sleep, I want you to check that out too, because there are several other factors that you're going to combine in improving the quality of your sleep.
So, going back to last week's lesson, we mentioned cortisol. Why is high levels of cortisol bad for your sleep? Of course, it's going to keep you awake, but why? What is high levels of cortisol will keep you awake? Why?
Does it overdo the melatonin? Like, is it when you eat do you produce cortisol? Or no?
Well, doesn't it like just do that stuff to your body? Like too much of it can cause like inflammation.
Cortisol, no. There's a reason why cortisol is from last week's lesson. Cortisol is what is needed in the fight response. When you're in fight or flight mode, your brain produces cortisol. So if your brain is producing cortisol when it's time to go to bed, when you are supposedly in fight or flight mode, therefore you will not go to sleep. Great recap. First question.
Deacon Amin says, just a question, what does amino acids do? Does it do good for the body?
That'll be wonderful for you to research that, and then you'll be able to tell us next week. Because I don't have that information on what amino acids do to the body. Amino acids are just part of the body itself. I don't think you could be amino acid deficient. I don't think so. I've not came across that. But amino acids is wonderful for you to look up because I did not. Vitamin B6. Vitamin B6 is needed. There's over 100 reasons why vitamin B6 is needed, but it's critical for brain function. It's critical for your neurotransmitters. It's critical because vitamin B6 regulates your mood, man. Vitamin B6.
So when we ask Yeshaya to restore us, to replenish us,
yes,
it's not just you know, because we're going through something, or, you know, it's not just spiritual, it's physical as well. Our body needs to be replenished,
Yes,
and he can do it.
he can do it. Right? Yes, he can. Good source of this vitamin would be liver, meats, lean meats, beans, fish, greens, starchy vegetables like potatoes, sweet potatoes, fruits, not citrus. Anything outside of citrus would be good with vitamin B6. So let's hear about vitamin B6 deficiency.
So today we're going to talk about vitamin B6, okay? Vitamin B6 is a cofactor. It's a helper nutrient in so many different chemistries of the body. I'm just going to talk about the main ones right here. There are 7 different forms of vitamin B6. The active form of vitamin B6 is called pyridoxal 5-phosphate. You usually see it on a vitamin label as P5P. Now, what does B6 actually do? Well, it's involved in making neurotransmitters like GABA, dopamine, adrenaline. So it affects your mood. So if you're deficient, you're going to have anxiety, depression, and you might be moody. You might have this thing called PMS. I mean, not you, but you probably know people who do. It can affect your focus, your attention as an ADD. In order to make B6 work, you also need vitamin B2 and zinc, okay, which is a trace mineral. Several things that cause a deficiency of B6 would be diabetes or blood sugar problems in general, like let's say you're pre-diabetic, or you have insulin resistance, which the majority of the population has. Liver damage or a fatty liver could affect the absorption. If you have a history of any colon problems, like some type of inflammatory conditions that you end up having scar tissue in your gut, or let's say you have IBS or Crohn's, that could affect your absorption. If you had gastric bypass surgery, that could affect your absorption. Or you're taking birth control pills, or you're taking steroids, like in cortisone shots, things like that, that can affect the absorption. But usually you're not going to be deficient from the foods in your diet because it's in so many different foods. It's in chickpeas, pork, liver, tuna, salmon, other fish, eggs, beef, and it's in a lot of vegetables. So chances are your deficiency could be coming from these other things right here. Now, if you're deficient, the classical symptom would be dermatitis. Other symptoms, anxiety, depression, like I said, red irritated eyes, neuropathy, which is a destruction of the myelin sheath, which B6 is involved in. You also have vitamin B12 and B1 as well. Impaired glucose tolerance, so you're going to have blood sugar issues if you're deficient in B6. B6 deficiency is also involved in edema and swelling, especially when you're pregnant, as well as carpal tunnel syndrome. All right, guys, I'll see you in the next video.
All right, B6. B6 is in beans, salmon, sunflower seeds, garlic, sesame seeds, hazelnuts, bell peppers. Helps your stomach, prevents skin disorders, night muscle spasms, neuropathy. It helps with all that. It makes you not irritable, makes you not depressed, makes you not nervous, and it reduces memory loss.
Some people, when y'all leave here at sundown, go get you some B6. This is bad attitude.
Vitamin B12.
Don't go get the government ganja.
No. Vitamin B12 also helps you break down food and energy. Vitamin B12 also is formed in the red blood cells, and it also is structured in your DNA. Vitamin B12 is essential for neurological functions. B12 also makes proteins and hormones and fats in your body. So that's what B12, yes?
Is that the one that's hard to find, or was that the one that's banned in the US and you only get it through like the
No.
seeds?
B12, no.
Oh, I
You
thought
get
it
some
was
in the
one of those
room, right?
seeds that was like banned and you can get like the seeds of like avocado or something like that. Oh, B17.
It's in the refrigerator. Yeah, we have some B12.
Oh, okay.
I forgot which one is banned in the US. 17. All right, what do you get from B12? Papaya, carrot, squash, broccoli, apricots, peaches, melons, avocado, peppers, sweet potato, fish, and eggs. Vitamin B12 deficiency. What is that about?
Hey guys, Dr. Berg here. In this video, I want to share with you the most common cause of a B12 deficiency. But let's just talk about what B12 is. It's an essential B vitamin that you must get from your diet. And what it does is it makes these little things called nucleic acids, which are the foundational genetic material for your cells. So basically, they make the foundation of red blood cells, white blood cells, and myelin. What is myelin? Myelin is the outer covering of your nervous system and allows the conductivity of nerve impulses to travel. When you lose myelin, you have all sorts of electrical problems, pain problems, nerve problems, pain, MS, all sorts of things. So that's what happens when you're deficient in that. But you can also become fatigued, pale, memory problems, dementia, Alzheimer's, neurological issues like peripheral neuropathy, even with, I guess, foot pain or hand pain, anemia. Okay, you're completely, there's something called pernicious anemia. I'm not going to get into that, what it is, but it comes from B12 deficiency. But most B12 deficiency does not come from necessarily the diet. It comes from the stomach not being acid enough, low stomach acid, okay? Because it takes a very strong acidic stomach to absorb B12 into the body. And a lot of people have a problem with the pH in their stomach. Normally, a pH in the stomach should be between 1 and 3, which is really, really acidic. The way you know you have low stomach acid is you have acid reflux, GERD, gas, bloating, because the stomach is needed to be able to close the valve, digest protein, absorb minerals like calcium, iron, all these different minerals. 1/3 of everyone over the age of 65 has a B12 deficiency, but they also have a low stomach acid problem. So it's a really simple solution to fix a big problem. So what do we recommend? Apple cider vinegar, okay? Apple cider vinegar pills, or just go ahead and start drinking with your meals with some water, with a little straw, and that will create some really cool changes for a lot of people just by adding that one little thing in there. And you don't even need to take more B12. You can just go ahead and acidify the stomach, and a lot of things clear up, and you start to absorb B12. So it's a real simple solution. Now, to build the stomach acid, you also need certain healthy salt, like in sea salt, because a lot of times when you're low in sea salt, the acid goes down. Also, you need potassium, comes from the vegetables. So you need potassium to build the acid, also iodine. So you do need these minerals as well. So if you're taking antacids, or you're just eating poorly, or you're not taking enough minerals and eating healthy, you will lose the stomach acid, and then you start having a problem with this. So it's a whole chain reaction, okay? So go ahead and plug this in as far as to fix this and see how much better you feel. Write your comments below, and I will see you in the next video.
Apple cider vinegar, it works for a lot of things if it's the natural one and not the other. Foods, turkey, vitamin B12. Bran flakes, like your bran cereal. Vitamin B12. Salmon, yummy. Yogurt, cottage cheese, like it so much. Sardines, vitamin B12. Chicken, red meat, eggs, vitamin B12. Help you out. If you're also deficient in vitamin B12, you can get constipation, and you can get fatigued and tired. That's also vitamin B12. Also, memory loss, dementia is with vitamin B12. Confusion is vitamin B12 deficiency. Difficulty with your balance. It's vitamin B12 or any type of numbness or tingling because that's part of the myelin sheath, vitamin B12. Start taking vitamin B12 and it should change. One moment. Because I know somebody said, Pastor, you gonna be in that Bible soon? We're going through deficiencies, so there's only like 4 scriptures that we have from now until the end of this lesson. So if you feel deprived of scriptures, then you need to read on your own. That was not nice, Shepherd. What's wrong with you telling people to read on their own? But yeah, you may want to read on your own. We only have like 4 scriptures, and we have quite a few vitamins to go through. But it's very important that we understand these deficiencies so that we can have a healthy body, and because we're not doing health again until April of next year. Vitamin C. Now, vitamin C is an antioxidant vitamin that your body needs to help and maintain strong bones and skin and muscles. You can get vitamin C from lemons, papaya, strawberries, kiwi, bell peppers, cantaloupe, broccoli, and other fruits and vegetables. Okay? Vitamin C, if it says absorbic acid, not good. Some people may say it's okay, but I don't think you want to mess with that. So, vitamin C deficiency.
I said plant yourself a lemon tree.
Talk about the importance of vitamin C and something called a subclinical vitamin C deficiency. Now, you may have heard the term scurvy before, which is a very serious vitamin C deficiency. Another term for that is called classical vitamin C deficiency. But subclinical is that you have some vitamin C, but you don't have the full amount. Now, what does vitamin C do? Well, mainly it works as an antioxidant, okay, protecting against free radical damage. It has a real big important purpose in collagen growth and repair. I'm talking about connective tissue, ligaments, tendons, fascia, cartilage, all the things related to your joints. It's also necessary to make noradrenaline. And when you're low in noradrenaline, you're just not awake. You're tired all the time. It's also necessary in the function of carnitine, which has to do with delivering fat to the mitochondria, the furnace to burn fat. So fat oxidation. So if you're low in vitamin C, you're not going to get the full fat oxidation to make energy. Also, your white blood cells, part of the immune system, are saturated with vitamin C. So if you don't have enough vitamin C, your immune system cannot work. When you have a very severe deficiency, as in scurvy, you have wounds that won't heal. You get gingivitis, inflammation of the gums. You'll get perifollicular hemorrhage. Now, what is that? That is the little red dots on the follicles on your skin. It could be in your butt. It could be certain places in your body. It's a vitamin C deficiency. Fatigue, red purple blotches, similar to spider veins, but sometimes you see them on the lower leg. You'll see them very commonly with diabetics. And there's a lot of other symptoms as well. Now, how do you get vitamin C? These are the foods that have a lot of vitamin C. Papaya, which I don't recommend. Kiwi, which I don't recommend. Bell pepper, which I do recommend. Leafy greens. A lot of other vegetables are loaded with vitamin C. Berries, cruciferous vegetables. And in addition to this, a lot of times people take a supplement. Just make sure that your supplement is not synthetic. Make sure it's food-based. This is a really good source of vitamin C. Acerola cherry, which is very different than the regular cherries that you would eat, but this is loaded with vitamin C. So in addition to getting your vitamin C from food, there's things that will block or inhibit vitamin C absorption. Smoking will inhibit vitamin C in your body. If you're pregnant, the need for vitamin C goes way up. As you get older and you age, your vitamin C goes down, so you need more vitamin C for repair. Why? Because it's an antioxidant. Also, overtraining with exercise can inhibit your vitamin C. And this is interesting too. When you eat sugar, you compete with vitamin C. So you will not be able to absorb vitamin C if you're consuming sugar. And if you're diabetic and you have high levels of sugar, that's going to block your ability to absorb vitamin C. All right, guys, there's more to know about vitamin C. Check out these videos on this page. I'll see you next time.
Right, vitamin C. Very important. Now, contrary to popular beliefs, vitamin C does not prevent colds. It doesn't. But what vitamin C does do is it shortens the time that you are sick. So if you're taking vitamin C to prevent getting a cold, stop, because that's not what it's for. My grandmother told me vitamin C stops the cold. You can't get a cold with it. Big Mama, you're wrong. But that's okay. All right, so vitamin C deficiency. Vitamin C, it's in the foods. You have to have adequate levels. Vitamin C also with bleeding gums. You have a vitamin C deficiency if you're dealing with swollen or if you're dealing with bleeding gums or loose tooth. That's poor health in the mouth. So more than likely, if you have symptoms in the mouth with bleeding gums, you take the things for gingivitis, but it does not work. It's because you're vitamin C deficient. Okay, that's why. Just remember that. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 24, verse 14. Oh, goodness. Now, when we did this teaching before, we did mention that vitamin C can effectively treat coronavirus. That still is a thing. Where if you take vitamin C, it will take care of coronavirus. Yeah. Because what is vitamin C? It's an antioxidant. It's coronavirus. It's a virus. Antiviral is vitamin C. Coronavirus is a virus. So if you're taking vitamin C to boost the cellular and the antibodies in the metabolic to stave off infection. Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 14.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 14. I was exalted like a palm tree in Engedi, and as a rose plant in Jericho, as a fair olive tree in a pleasant field, and grew up as a plane tree by the water.
And so these vitamins, these minerals, which we're about to get into now, it's very calcium.
I need my calcium.
Of course, we all know calcium is critical for bones and teeth, but it's also critical for muscles. You need a good source of calcium. Calcium is also good for the heart. Food and calcium, yogurt, cheese, broccoli, green leaves. And we have told you all to look at your fingernails. If your fingernails has a little white spot in it, you are calcium deficient. That's one way you can tell. Okay. Let's hear the video on calcium deficiency.
Guys, in this video, we're going to talk about calcium deficiencies. Now, I put a link down below so you can see calcium excesses as well, because so many people have too much calcium. It's locking up the soft tissues and creating all sorts of issues. So watch that one too. But if you're deficient in calcium, these are the symptoms. Number one, insomnia, specifically early morning insomnia. Let's say you get up an hour before the alarm clock, boom, you need some calcium. So calcium will allow you to go a little bit longer. And that's because calcium is needed to make tryptophan to make melatonin. So it's not just about calcium in the muscle itself relaxing you, it's about your hormones, okay? Muscle cramps, okay, so that's one common symptom. So I recommend calcium lactate or calcium citrate. It's very easy to find. Brittle nails, tooth decay, bone loss, and red-purple spots. They can be really small or they can be bigger. Why? Because calcium is involved in the clotting of blood, just like vitamin K is. Okay, then tetany, that's a little twitching right through here. But many times it's not the calcium, it's you're too alkaline and you're not able to transport the calcium and it becomes unavailable to you. So you get these little twitches, different parts of your body. It's called tetany. There's more symptoms, but these are the main ones. Pins and needles around the mouth and the lips or on your hands and your feet, which could also be a diabetic symptom as well. So they can mimic each other. Okay, now what are the causes? Hypoparathyroidism. Now, not hypothyroidism, it's the parathyroid. There's 4 little glands behind the thyroid. They're really tiny, and they're like the size of a seed of rice, a grain of rice. And when it's low, it can actually affect the calcium. When it's high, it raises calcium and it'll steal it from the bone. Kidney damage can cause a calcium deficiency. Calcium channel blockers, that's what you would take if you have high blood pressure, because that blocks calcium. Antacids, which dry up all the acid in your stomach, giving you low stomach acids. You need a really acidic stomach to absorb minerals, specifically calcium. So that could be, why you're deficient. Vomiting or diarrhea because you're losing fluids. Excessive magnesium. So let's say you're taking the remedy called Calm, which is magnesium, and you're taking it, but you're not adding the calcium in there. That can create an imbalance because calcium and magnesium work together. Then we have low vitamin D, right? Let's say, for example, it's not in your diet, or you're not getting the sun, or your gallbladder is missing, or you don't have enough bile because your gallbladder's congested. You can't absorb the fat-soluble vitamins. So that's another common reason. With low stomach acids, and then alkalosis, which basically your pH of your blood is just overly too alkaline, and that can come from adrenal stress and high cortisol. Okay, the best foods for calcium would be grass-fed dairy, cheese. I do a lot of cheese. You get a lot of calcium from that. Greens, leafy greens, spinach, bok choy, kale is loaded with calcium. Nuts, seeds, fish, sardines, and it's a lot of other foods as well. If you're going to take a supplement, I would go for the calcium lactate. If you can't find that, go with the citrate, calcium citrate, but do not go for the calcium carbonate. That's like chewing on cement. It's just chewing on this wall right here. It's just not going to be absorbed too well. It's like chewing on rocks, all right? So share your comments below. Thanks for watching.
All right, calcium, sardines and salmon, bone supply when it comes to calcium. Also in leafy vegetables, broccoli, bok choy, almonds, pumpkin seeds, collards, okra, turnip greens, leeks, Brazil nuts. It's in a lot of vegetables.
I ain't fried okra. I'm not eating a boiled okra though.
I'm not eating no okra, period.
I know that's right.
Onions, spinach, kale, asparagus.
That's right.
Brussels sprouts. My wife loves fried Brussels sprouts. I can pass. Premenopausal women, vegans, vegetarians. Those people have low calcium or inadequate calcium. Okay, the next material. The next mineral, chromium. Chromium is needed in all people in small amount. It's a nutrient. And what does chromium do? It regulates your blood sugar.
Yeah.
What good foods come from chromium? Broccoli, English muffins, potatoes, and garlic. So let's hear about the amazing chromium.
Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about this amazing trace mineral called chromium. First of all, a trace mineral is a mineral needed in very small amounts, usually below 100 milligrams. But the unique factor of this mineral is it enhances the function of insulin. So it allows insulin to work better. Now, what condition do you think that would be good for? You guessed it, insulin resistance. Because what happens when the cells start resisting insulin is the feedback loops that go to the pancreas then tell the pancreas to make more insulin because it's not getting through. So people with insulin resistance have about 5 to 7 times more insulin than a normal person. So chromium allows this insulin to penetrate the cell better, improving insulin resistance. Now, there's 2 other minerals that can, or 2 other elements that can do that. One is potassium and B1. So now we got chromium. That would be a really good combination to help someone with a blood sugar issue. It's actually called the glucose tolerance factor because it improves the tolerance of glucose. Some people have a glucose sensitivity. Well, chromium helps that. Basically, chromium helps your blood sugars, okay? Broccoli has the most chromium of any vegetable, so you should start consuming your broccoli. Brewer's yeast is another good one. Eggs, grass-fed beef, green beans, turkey is very high in chromium. There's a lot of other foods that have chromium as well, or you can get it as a supplement. Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there, and definitely if you have a blood sugar issue, start taking chromium. Thanks for watching.
Start taking chromium when you have a blood issue. Now, if you excrete more chromium in your urine, if you're sick or you're stressed, or a woman who is pregnant or a woman who's lactating, you're going to excrete more chromium in your urine and you're going to be depleted of it. So you want to put it back in the body by taking chromium. And like you said, the vegetable with the most chromium is broccoli, and broccoli has 11 milligrams of chromium in it.
We have the broccoli tonight. No cheese.
Turkey has 10.4. Bananas has 1%. So that you can see that chromium, the milligrams in chromium, 11.2% in broccoli, very high.
So Raya was on to something. Every time we go to the store, she always has the broccoli, doesn't she?
Well, there you go. She knew.
I love the idea.
Right. So, vitamin D. Let's see about vitamin D deficiency.
Yeah, vitamin.
Sun is the primary source of energy of all living beings. There is no replacement for sun, and surviving without the energy of sun is like breathing without air. And India is a blessed country as sun shines here all year long. Even then, it is unfortunate and shocking that 70 to 90% of Indians are vitamin D deficient. This is the reason problems like depression, back pain, low immunity, weak bones, and hair fall is on the rise. Many people in India have this misconception that because they are exposed to sunlight daily, they need not bother about vitamin D. That's not how it should be. There is a definite way to absorb vitamin D from the sun. Practicing it, you need not depend on vitamin D pills. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. The healing sciences of India is one of the oldest science and medicines on this planet. By the end of this video, you will clearly know the 3 ways to harness the therapeutic energy of the sun the right way, which will not just fulfill your vitamin D deficiency, but will also sharpen your brain, improve your eyesight, heal your skin, cure you of diseases, and make you happy in general. Truly, these practices are life-changing. So without any further delay, let's get started. Hello friends, welcome to FitTuber. In the often confusing and overwhelming world of nutrition science, I would like to remind you of a simple fact that sunlight is our ultimate nutrient. All the energy that we take into our body is in some way derived from the sun. It is because of the miraculous healing power of the sun that it has always been revered as godly in India. Actually, many cultures have recognized the potential healing powers of the light and the sun. Sunlight, if taken the right way, has the power to heal the deadliest of diseases, let alone minor vitamin deficiencies. However, the present generation is ignorant of the sun and remains indoors most of the time. Artificial light has taken over, sunlight is being missed. And this is one of the major reasons why diseases are on the rise, even though the solution has been so simple and right in front of us. But it's never too late, we can bring the ancient wisdom back. That is why I want to share with you three powerful practices which will integrate the sun's energy within you and will heal you from the inside and outside effectively. Number three, sunbathing. Sunbathing is exposing your body to the sun. Sunlight is pure, natural, and potentially the most effective detoxifier. Do you remember how our mothers and grandmothers would keep the blankets out in the sunlight in the beginning of the season so that all the germs get killed? Foods are kept in the sun to remove insects. Sun salutations are still being practiced in many parts of India for physical and mental well-being. Sunlight is the best natural source of vitamin D. When you get your vitamin D from the sunlight, your body takes what it needs and removes the extra amounts. However, it is extremely important to know the right way of sunbathing to get the maximum benefit. Being for too long in the sunlight at the wrong time can actually do more harm than good. The best time to take a sun bath is in the morning after sunrise and in the evening before sunset. If you have sensitive skin, drink a glass of water before sunbathing. It will prevent any kind of rashes and tanning. It is recommended to wear minimum clothes or white colored light cotton clothes to let your skin absorb the sunlight in a better way. Either lie down or sit somewhere in the sun and relax for a while. You can combine sunbathing with other activities like reading a book, body massage, or just observe the nature. For the fast absorption of vitamin D, it is important that you expose your navel and back for at least 5 minutes each. Yes, then stay for about 20 to 30 minutes. When you begin to sweat, it's a good indication that you have taken enough sunlight. Come back and see if you have an urge to urinate. You will notice that your urine turns yellow, expelling out the toxins. So rather than being a generation deficient in vitamin D due to the fear of the sun and depending on pills, it is time to rightly expose our body to the powerful and healing sun. Literally, whatever part of your body is troubling you, expose that to the sun, and in a few weeks, you will see that the problem is disappearing. It's like recharging. Number two, sun charged water. Another potential way of absorbing sunlight energy is by drinking sun charged water. Experimental evidence shows that light imparts energy to water, and that energy, in some instances, may provide energy to even sustain a life. Yes, the sun charged water is so full of energy that scientists have named it as living water. In ancient India, specific herb infused sun charged water in different colored glass bottles were used to treat patients suffering from deadly diseases. The best thing is that it is so simple and inexpensive to make sun charged water. Take a maximum of 3 liters of drinking water in clear glass jar bottle. Avoid using RO water as it is already demineralized. Place it outside in the sunlight sometime in the morning. Leave it there for about 5 to 8 hours. More time is not necessary and less time has less effect. Pick it up before sunset. Drink this water slowly, sip by sip, then or through the next 24 hours. Do not store in plastic and please do not refrigerate. One of the first benefits that you will observe after drinking sun-charged water is increased energy. Lethargy will go away, mind will be rejuvenated. Not just for drinking, you can also apply sun-charged water topically on any skin condition to support healing. It is also an excellent eye wash. You need not drink this water every day, even once a week is enough. Number one, Tratka with the sun. Tratka is an ancient Indian practice to use sun's divine energy to nourish the brain cells and increase memory and concentration power. In the West, it is now commonly known as sun gazing, sometimes also called sun eating. In Tratka, one needs to greet the sun as it rises. Contrary to the popular belief, millions of Indians have greeted sun in this way without going blind. Today, even modern science is in tune with it. You can even put a drop of ghee in each of your eyes before starting Tratka. Ghee is cooling in nature and has some fats which are ideal for eye tissues, although it's optional. Gaze at the sun while the globe is still red or deep orange and still touching the horizon. Stare into the sun only if it does not hurt and keep the eyes as still as possible. Depending on where you are, the sun will move quite fast and you will have only 10 to 15 minutes to practice Tratka in the morning as well as evening. Although it is so effective that even 10 seconds of Tratka is good enough for a start. You can easily get prior information as to when the sun is rising and setting in your city and accordingly plan and prepare for Tratka. As a technique of yoga used to develop awareness, attention and focus, it strengthens the eyes and stimulates the Agna Chakra.
So, the sun. Vitamin D is very key. If you can't get in the sun, then you can eat salmon, mackerel, tuna, egg yolks. That's also in vitamin D. Okay. Too much
The thing I
vitamin
want
D.
to talk about is the duration of how long to take vitamin D, as well as the dosage. There's a lot of confusion. Most people are taking between 600 IUs to 1,000 IUs, sometimes 2,000 IUs, and they think that that's enough. One thing you need to realize is that about 75% of the population on planet Earth are deficient in vitamin D. And vitamin D is so important. In fact, it's the most important fat-soluble vitamin, especially for the immune system. Based on some pretty credible studies, which I'm going to list down below, and I only listed 3, I'm going to give you quite a few of them. In the first study, the group took 1,000 to 2,000 IUs of vitamin D once to twice per week for 1 month and did not increase their vitamin D levels at all. Second study took 1,000 to 2,000 IUs, and it took 4 months to elevate their vitamin D. And in the third study, it took 3 months to achieve just a normal level of vitamin D by taking 1,600 IUs of vitamin D. And I just had a call from a lady on my live show who was taking 50,000 IUs of vitamin D for weeks, and it did not even increase her levels. So the question is, how can you be that deficient if you're taking so much vitamin D? The first thing to know is that it takes a lot longer than you think to fix a vitamin D deficiency. It could take months. The second thing to know is that there are various things that prevent the absorption of vitamin D. One is your gut. If your gut has damage, you're not going to be able to absorb vitamin D too well. Also, your age greatly influences your ability to absorb vitamin D, not just from dietary sources, but from the sun. The color of your skin also influences your ability to absorb vitamin D. In other words, if the skin is darker, it could take 3 times as much sun to penetrate the skin. And then there's a topic of how much fat you have. The more subcutaneous fat you have in your body, the less you're going to absorb vitamin D. And then there's exposure to the sun. If you're going out in the sun and you're only exposing your hands and your face to the sun, you're only exposing 5% of your body to the sun, which it would take you hours and hours and hours to even achieve a small amount of vitamin D. And then you have the location where you live, the latitude, the connection between where you live and the sun. If you live in the northern hemisphere, which if we look at the United States is just above LA, and we look at the months between November and March, the amount of vitamin D you're going to get is pretty much insignificant. And then we have metabolic issues. Let's say, for example, you have diabetes, you have arthritis, you have high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease. Guess what? The requirements for vitamin D go way, way up. And then, of course, we have the season. If it's winter and you're out there trying to get sun, the odds of you getting enough vitamin D are very, very slim. And then lastly, there's a genetic factor involved called polymorphism, where there is a variant or an alteration in your genes which don't allow you to absorb vitamin D very well. And a lot of people have this and they don't even know they have it. And that could be the reason why they can't absorb it. Oh, and there's one more that I forgot to mention. If you have a chronic infection, see, the viruses that invade the body downgrade your vitamin D receptor. So if you have an infection, whether it's in the lung, in the sinuses, or in your gut, the microbes, specifically viruses, have a strategy of blocking the absorption of vitamin D. They block the receptor so you can't absorb it. It's a survival mechanism. And the white blood cells that are fighting the virus need vitamin D desperately, so they're going to suck up that last little bit of vitamin D that you have. So as you can see, there's a lot of factors involved with the absorption of vitamin D. How much vitamin D would I recommend? 10,000 IUs per day as a maintenance. And I mentioned this plus if there's an autoimmune issue involved. And you're going to need much higher amounts of vitamin D with magnesium, B6, and zinc. And there's a couple other things that you can do. If you're concerned that this amount of vitamin D is toxic, which is not, you'd have to consume 1 to 200,000 IUs of vitamin D for months and months or years to create the complications. And the biggest complication from vitamin D toxicity is hypercalcemia. There's too much calcium in the blood, because that could lead to kidney stones. One way to even minimize the risk for that would be to drink 2.5 liters of water per day. That way you avoid a super concentration of calcium in the kidney, so there won't be any calcium forming in the kidney. Another way is just to avoid calcium in supplements as well as cheese. That way there's no calcium to go into the kidney and form as a kidney stone. All right, guys, thanks for watching.
Vitamin D, cell growth, fights immune system, fights with the immune system. Like I said, vitamin D, it fights coronavirus, it fights SARS-CoV-2, it fights that. Vitamin D, osteoporosis. This is a news article, vitamin D3 and corona.
The COVID connection. Researchers around the world trying to determine whether vitamin D deficiency may have something to do with how likely you are to catch COVID-19 and then how severe it could get.
Yeah, Katie, there have been a bunch of studies linking vitamin D and COVID, but the key question for researchers, is there a cause and effect relationship here or just a loose connection? Tonight, the Health Insider team taking that debate to the experts.
If you've been in the vitamin aisle lately, you may have noticed something missing, an empty space between the bottles of vitamin C and fish oil. Sales have spiked nearly 42% since the pandemic began, as research in the US and abroad appears to suggest a possible link between vitamin D deficiency and more severe COVID outcomes.
I'll admit, I take vitamin D supplements myself. I don't think you're wrong taking supplements and trying to make sure your immune system is healthy. Because the healthier you are in general, the better you're going to react to infections no matter what it is.
Sunshine is a primary source of vitamin D, but diet and supplements can also contribute to overall levels in your body. Low levels of vitamin D are common in people who are obese and smokers. The CDC also listing those as underlying conditions that increase the risk for severe COVID complications.
It's not a surprise that risk factors for one disease and risk factors for other diseases.
But Dr. Ross Goldberg says the data just isn't there yet to prove or disprove a cause and effect relationship between a vitamin D deficiency and severe COVID complications. He does caution too much vitamin D can also be dangerous.
Like, you can't put more gas in your car when you fill the tank. It is what it is. So if you try to put more gas in the car and then you try to drive away, the gas catch on fire and the car could explode. So you really it's always having that delicate balance of keeping your body in good, healthy condition and not overdoing it one way or another.
All right, so the bottom line, like so many things connected to this pandemic, the vitamin D question is something that needs more research. Now, meantime, if you have a question or a story you want our help.
Right, so vitamin D, spend 15 or 20 minutes outside without sunscreen. When you are dealing with, or when you have vitamin D, 2 Ezra chapter 2, verse 21. And then we'll get to vitamin E. Second Ezra chapter 2, verse 21. All right.
Second Esdras chapter 2, verse 21. Heal the broken and the weak. Laugh not a lame man to scorn. Defend the maimed, and let the blind man come into the sight of my clearness.
All right, so let's talk vitamin E. Vitamin E is an antioxidant vitamin, and it protects the cells against free radicals. Free radicals are produced by harmful cells and tissues, and that would be like chemtrails, pollution, cigarette smoke, stuff like that. Good source of vitamin E would be the wheat germ, the sunflower seeds, hazelnuts, almonds, and peanuts. Those are all good when it comes to vitamin E. Broccoli, leafy vegetables, those are also benefits and good when it comes to vitamin E. Olives, almonds, papaya. Vitamin E is very good for the skin. It's very good for lips. It's very good for skin. People who have bleeding problems, it's good for that. But we just want to take vitamin E. Folic acid is a vitamin B. Folic acid is in green vegetables, seafood, eggs, liver, spinach, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, and folic acid or B9 is very important for your DNA. Also, folic acid is very important for your brain. It also assists with spinal bifida. It's also critical that pregnant women take adequate levels of folic acid, vitamin B9. Vitamin K. Healthy bones and vitamin K assist with blood clots and bone metabolism. Vitamin K is in vegetables, turnip greens, spinach, and kale. It's also in broccoli, in carrots, and pumpkins, pomegranate juice. Vitamin K is also in soybeans, which are not real. Vitamin K interferes with the blood thinning medication, so you want to make sure that you take lots of vitamin K because they're going to give your child the vitamin K shot anyway. Iodine. Iodine is critical. Old people took iodine. I remember my grandmother taking iodine. Iodine in the body. Too much iodine can kill you. Iodine is salt. Okay. Let's see about that.
Another question, what is good for respiratory mucus, whether it's in the lung, whether it's chronic bronchitis or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung conditions, asthma, sinus infections, sleep apnea, mucus deep into the sinus cavities. It's right here using salt. Not necessarily taking salt, but breathing in salt. There's a machine called a halo generator, which basically gives you something called halotherapy, which is breathing in salt air. So this machines basically take salt and ionize it and put it into the air. So you'd have it running when you're sleeping at night. It can actually loosen up the mucus in your lungs, in your sinuses, in your throat. Salt has the capacity to make mucus thinner. It's antifungal, it's antibacterial, it's anti-mold. So it's really good. So I'm going to put a link down below of a couple different options. I'm not affiliated with any of these companies, but I saw some really good ones that you can either do a neti pot or you can get a device that generates salt air right in your room while you're sleeping. Oh, one more thing. You really want to check for any mold in the house, because if there is mold or mildew, that could be enough to keep your lungs constantly filled up with mucus. And you'd be surprised. you change your environment and go into a different location, all of a sudden this sinus mucus completely goes away. So it could be a source of the actual cause of your mucus. From a nutritional standpoint, oregano oil is really good for mucus and garlic and fasting. But if you can actually do a longer fast, let's say every month for 48 or 72 hours, you can put your body in some serious, it's called autophagy, which will help clean up the deep old damaged proteins and improve your immune system and also deactivate viruses in the body, clean up microbes. It's a really good thing for your immune system. But oregano oil is also good for that as well. If you have a virus, and sometimes it's a combination of fungal, bacteria, and even viral, then olive leaf extract is what you need to try. All right, so those are my recommendations for getting rid of this thing right here. Thanks for watching.
So iodine, there's a lot of foods that are rich in iodine. Iodine helps with thyroid function as a trace mineral. High levels of iodine can lead to goiter. You don't want that. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 7. We'll talk a few more minerals. Let's read.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 7. With such doth he heal me, and taketh away their pains.
Men. He healed men and took away their pain. And let's talk iron. Iron is a mineral that the ladies here know it's critical to the body because it constitutes hemoglobin. And hemoglobin is a protein that carries oxygen from the lungs to the tissues. You need enough iron to make enough healthy red blood cells. So let's hear about iron.
Did you realize that over 1 billion people on this planet are deficient in iron? I was actually pretty surprised to hear that. So today we're going to talk about iron deficiency anemia. So here are the symptoms. Fatigue, pale, like you're losing color, brittle nails, you get those little grooves in your nails, hair loss, thinning of the hair, twitching, feeling irritation, pica, you crave dirt or clay. Number 9, you have the urge to consume ice or chew on ice. And number 10, restless leg syndrome. Now there's actually more, but these are the main ones. Now the question is, what is causing this? Well, excessive menstruation, okay? Excessive bleeding. And by the way, if you're female and your cycles are very heavy, that means you have estrogen dominance. I'm going to put a link down below for you to watch later, but there's some things that you can do to reverse that problem. Number 2, ulcers. It could be an ulcer in the stomach or even the small intestine that you don't even know about. Number 3, hemorrhoids. I have a very good video on this. You want to support your liver? There's a really good remedy. I also have a remedy on this as well. I'm going to put the link down below. It's involving taking zinc. Number 4, colon cancer could potentially cause anemia. Number 5, dietary. You're a vegan and you're only consuming beans and grains and plants. Those food have what's called non-heme iron, and you only absorb a very, very small amount. It's like 1.4% of the iron. So you'd have to consume a tremendous amount of plants to get your iron. The problem is, a lot of the plants and grains have certain things like oxalates or phytates that block iron. The best source of bioavailable iron is called heme iron. It is from seafood, red meat, poultry, eggs, and even insects have a high level of heme iron, just in case that you may get that urge, late at night if you want a snack, and I'm being very sarcastic. All right, number 6, Certain antibiotics can deplete you of iron. Number 7, low stomach acid. A lot of people have this. They don't even know it. As you age, you lose the stomach acid, and now you cannot absorb certain minerals, especially iron and even calcium. Number 8, malabsorption. If you have some type of problem in your colon, or you're missing a gallbladder, or you had surgery as in gastric bypass, that can leave you with a hard time absorbing iron. And number 9, and this is fascinating, I'm going to create a separate video just on this, but inflammation can deplete your iron. How? Well, both good bacteria and bad bacteria, as in pathogens, need iron to grow. And what happens within your immune system, your body, as well as your good bacteria, tend to lock up or bind iron during an infection, during a fever, and during inflammation. So what happens as a survival mechanism, your body prevents the pathogens from getting a hold of the free iron. And that is one strategy to help limit their growth. Now, what's supposed to happen is after the infection, the inflammation goes away. But what happens if you have chronic inflammation? Because you have some type of autoimmune condition, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, or whatever. That is going to end up depriving your whole body of a lot of trace minerals, iron being a very specific one. And so the more chronic the inflammation, the more anemic you could be. Now, you might say, well, I'll just go ahead and solve this problem by taking more iron, right? Well, you're going to actually feed the pathogens, and then they can actually grow and you'll create an imbalance. So how do you solve that? What you do is you get rid of the actual source of the inflammation. There's a couple things that I would recommend. I'm going to put the videos down below, but number 1, fasting. Periodic prolonged fasting is essential, and a lot of vitamin D. Both of those can help reduce the inflammation without adding in the iron for the pathogens. So now you know the symptoms and what causes anemia. And if you haven't seen my video on chronic inflammation and anemia, I'm going to put it up right here. Check it out.
Right. Causes of iron deficiency. Muscles, oxygen not getting to the muscles. Women who are pregnant or who have heavy menstrual cycles have greater requirements for iron, which we know about that. Great source would be breakfast cereal, white beans, dark chocolate, no sweet chocolate, but dark chocolate, liver, spinach, kidney beans, chickpeas. If you take iron supplements, take it with a little vitamin C or some vitamin C food. Potassium. Potassium is a mineral, and potassium really is electrolytes. Also, potassium is for electrolytes. It regulates your blood pressure, it regulates kidney function. Potassium is needed for the heart, the brain, the nervous system to work properly. Potassium, balance between potassium and sodium is critical for your body. Okay. Potassium. Health benefits of potassium: regulates sugar, muscle contraction, low blood pressure, cramps, retains fluid in your body, you're not so tired as much. Foods with potassium is potatoes, spinach, fish, beans. Selenium. This is a trace mineral found in your body, and it helps with thyroids, and it helps with your immune system. It is the best foods that has selenium in it. Brazil nuts and meats with eggs. Zinc. Zinc is a mineral in the body. Zinc helps you with your taste and smell senses. That's what zinc does. And it's vital to your immune system when it comes to zinc. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 2 will be our last scripture. And then we have one video left. Certain foods to avoid. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 2.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 2. For the Most High cometh healing, and he shall receive honor of the king.
Most High cometh healing. All healing and everything goes through the Father first. It goes through Yeshua first. When it comes to healing, everything that we have talked about in the last several weeks is an aid to healing. But the first and foremost is our Lord and Savior. Right? What foods should you not eat?
Guys, in this video, we're going to talk about the 7 foods you must never, ever eat. Okay? Number 1, orange juice. And this might shock you, but here's what happens. They pasteurize orange juice, which is they cook it, they destroy anything in it, and you don't get a lot of vitamin C. It's just sugar water. And you're just going to spike the blood sugars, and it's going to come down. There's not a lot of nutrition after they cook it because heating kills all the enzymes and all the nutrition. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Okay, so it's kind of like drinking sugar water. Number 2, soy protein isolates. Make sure you read the ingredients on things because a lot of weight loss food and food like protein shakes. I won't mention any names, but a lot of vegetarian patties are made with these soy protein isolates. This is really not a natural food for a human. It's not fermented. It doesn't do well in our bodies, and it actually irritates the liver. So I would avoid that. High fructose corn syrup, that's a given, and that's in a lot of sodas and drinks, and it's in even like salad dressing. They put it in there, so it's like a filler now. Number 4, commercial meats with nitrates. So when you buy like bacon or sausage or meats, make sure it's nitrate free because you don't know what you're getting. These are there's studies that show that it's linked to cancer, so you don't want to go down that road. You want to do grass-fed, paleo, hormone-free. Number 5, commercial milk. So if you're going to do milk, make sure it's organic or hormone-free at least, because there's a little hormone called RBST, which has some negative effects on the body. So I would avoid this. And then also number 6, TV dinners. Now, I used to live on pot pies and TV dinners, and very low quality food because you actually have the protein, the starch, and dessert all at one. When you combine the protein with the starch, with the sugar, you are going to massively spike the insulin. Same thing with the pot pies, where you have the crust and the meat chunks and all the different starch in there with the I guess you have the gravy in there. Not good. Okay, last one is fruit that comes from third world countries. So when you buy berries or fruit, and it says it's from Mexico or Chile, different countries, there's a chance that they might use DDT. Because in America, it's illegal to spray with DDT. It was banned, I think, in 1972. But we're allowed to sell it to third world countries. So what's happening, we're bringing it back and we're getting consumed. There's studies that show that even children are being exposed to DDT. Well, it's coming from this right here. I'll put a link down below. All right, so, all right, put your comments below. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching.
Right. A lot of information about oils, a lot of information about vitamins. Frankincense gallium protects against cancer. For centuries, in almost every culture, there's a special place for the garden. Yeshua gave us these plants to heal our body. Yeshua created us. He created the plants. So it's only fitting that we take from the plants and heal our bodies. That's going to finish our series on health and healing. Next week, because we have a bridge lesson, but we have to have a lesson between next week because in 2 weeks is the summer holy day. So next week we're going to have a lesson in captivity to paradise. We are going to understand end time prophecy. No, we haven't taught on that in a minute because of all the. Anyway, we haven't taught on end time prophecy for a minute. So we need to revisit that before we get to our summer lesson, which our summer lesson is going to be on us, Israel, the whole summer, getting a full understanding about us. Friday is deliverance service. Right? So the holy days that are coming up, like I said, the summer holy day is June 9th through the 10th. Memorial of Trumpets, September 8th through the 9th. Fall Holy Day, September 8th through the 9th. Day of Atonement, September 19th through the 20th. Tabernacles is September 22nd through the 30th. That is a double Shabbat. Actually, it is double. It's 2 double Shabbats. Because then we have the 8th day feast, which is September 30th through the 1st. So we all know September is our busy month, just like March is our busy month. That's all I got.
So we got 1 minute to the first one.
Great. 1 minute till the shofar is blown. Once the shofar is blown, well, yeah, we blow the shofar, then we do songs.
Shabbat Shalom.
Psalms chapter 1. Blessed is
the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. I keep falling in love with him over and over and over again. I keep falling in love with him over and over and over again. It gets sweeter and sweeter as the days go on. All the love between my Lord and I keep falling in love with him over and over again.
All right, whole question is, when it comes to oils and vitamins, what do you want to learn? 50% said deficiencies, 50% said unknown vitamins. The other are 0. So that's going to conclude our lesson for today. Join us next week, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Deliverance. If you've enjoyed the lesson, found it educational, like, share, and subscribe. Notification that'll let you know when we go live. Kwam Yashara.
Kwam Yashara.